I do go by B with my family. So.
Okay, we'll call you Betsy.
Queen B, actually.
We're not That's Lady D, right?
I have a friend that.
So much better.
Good
morning. How are you, Anne? Anne Minnick, who is your class rep. She attends our board meetings.
Sorry I'm late. My grandma's, when I call, my family drank all the coffee. Didn't tell me, isn't that a 7-week evil? Oh, that's just wrong.
I think that's grounds for divorce. Okay, so we're ready for Scott. It's 8 o'clock. Scott, no, you're good.
I want you to start.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to say hello?
No, I don't start. Lisa starts. She's in
No,
charge.
go ahead.
Yeah.
You can just wing it. Or do you want me to?
I can introduce you.
No, I don't need an introduction. I just thought you wanted to say hello. Welcome. What we're doing today.
And you don't have to stand here. You can stand by the owl.
And say, we have an owl. So this is great for someone like me who can't stand in one place and talk at the same time, because I just kind of have to move around. So that's great. Anyway, welcome to everybody, whether you're here in person, whether you're here remotely. Yay! Scott's going to start us out with geology, and he does a really great job on this. He brought rocks and minerals. So for the people here, you get to actually play with some rocks and minerals, which is cool. And everybody that's remote, you can watch everybody here playing with the rocks and minerals. And our next class is going to be April 30th. And your schedule, I'm going to send y'all out a new schedule because it says that it's at the Huntsville Library. And it turns out their air conditioner broke. And they've ordered the parts, but they could not guarantee with everything the way it is right now that they would actually get the parts and have it fixed by then. So we got a super cool venue at the Walker Education Center, which is on the same grounds as the Sam Houston Museum and Sam Houston's steamboat house, and they have a mock-up there of like an old farm. They have a duck pond. But anyway, so I'm going to send y'all some information about that and some other things like after it, if you want to, like after the training on the 30th, if you want to do something else in Huntsville. Like I'll give you the name of the ranger in Huntsville State Park. So if you want to stop by there, and he can tell you some of the different volunteer opportunities. There are, I mean, all kinds of stuff to do. And so I'll give y'all some information about that. But anyway, it's still going to be in Huntsville, but it's going to be at the Walker Education Center, and I'll send that out to y'all. And without further ado, all right. Yep.
That's going. So we're going to start off with anything not called geology. We're going to start off with a public service announcement. So when I started, Lisa and I were both in the same intern class. I think we mentioned that like 5 years ago. I personally struggle with how to get volunteer hours. And so I know Carolyn, at that time, we didn't have a bulletin like you had.
Right.
So this bulletin that Carolyn and the group puts out is superb.
Yeah.
Oh, you can go do this, you can go do this, you can show up here. I struggle with that. As part of that struggle, I started feeling around for different volunteer projects that I could get involved in. The one I'm going to show you is one that involves the Lake Livingston Conservation Project that's been underway since 2013. I would, for those of you here, but for those of you at home, they can't see that. So, sorry.
I'll send that out. Remind me, I'll send that out when
I've got written on the board a website that's called friendsoflakelivingston.com. Friendsoflakelivingston.com has a tab across the top that says video. And if you click it and you go down, it's got a series of videos. Remember we talked about the LSU prison program that's sponsored under Heartwood. You're going to see a little bit of that today too. Every video that has been produced out of this project and out of the LS unit is posted on there, and it won first place at the annual conference in 2017, 2018, and 2019. And so that's a Heartwood thing, right? So as a team, as a group, we all participated in making that happen. So what I wanted to bring up today is to show you what one of these volunteer service projects looks like, and to give you an opportunity, because we're going to have our first school planning post-pandemic. We've had nothing going on for 2 years. The high schools couldn't participate. We've got 6 high schools that actually help us grow plants and put them in the lake and do conservation education. They're all located around the south end of Lake Livingston. We're going to have a school planning, which is 2 of the high schools, which is like 30 to 40 kids, and it's going to be northeast of Huntsville in the Carolina Creek area, which is the top end of Lake Livingston. And Lisa and I live in Walker County, so we're familiar with it. If any of you would like to be an adult volunteer to help monitor the kids and help participate, or want to get in the water and get muddy, you don't have to, but you can. This is a chance to do it. So let me play you a video that won first place for the, in the second year, and we'll give you an idea of what the project looks like. And if you're interested in volunteering for this, May 20th, it's going to be like 8 a.m. to noon type of the time frame, and that's a Friday. So I know some people work, you may not be able to be there, but if you can, email me.
It's super fun. It is super fun to do.
So here's what it looks like.
We want to welcome you to the 2018 Water Willow Project Planning. The Texas Master Naturalist, the Heartwood chapter, is out here at the SHSU University Camp planting water willows with local high schools, volunteers with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, Lake Livingston Fringe Reservoir, and Lee College. We just want to welcome you to the basically part 2. You got to see part 1 back at the prison last year, and this year you get to actually see where those plants go here in Lake Livingston.
This project was begun in 2013 as an idea between Texas Parks and Wildlife and TRA. We were off and running on what began as a 10-year project to bring Lake Livingston to life, because it actually was devoid of aquatic plant. Today,
We forgot to share the screen, so people at home are not seeing it.
Oh.
Okay, this is that.
Yep, it's sharing.
It's sharing it.
Okay, yeah, that's way
Does
better.
that work right? I have that trimmer set. She has a trimmer.
We want to welcome you to the 2018 Water Willow Project Planning. The Texas Master Naturalist, the Heartwood chapter, is out here at the SHSU University Camp planting water willows with local high schools, volunteers with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, Lake Livingston Fringe Reservoir, and Lee College. We just want to welcome you to the basically part 2. You got to see part 1 back at the prison last year, and this year you get to actually see where those plants go here in Lake Livingston.
this project was begun in 2013 as an idea between Texas Parks and Wildlife and TRA. We were off and running on what began as a 10-year project to bring Lake Livingston to life, because it actually was devoid of aquatic plant. Today is one of the large plantings that we do with the Lake Project. We brought approximately 2,000 American water willows out and planted them into this area.
Carp, they eat plants. They don't eat American water willows, so they're good to stabilize the shorelines because they don't get eaten by many fish. So it's a better link to the food chain than a different type of invasive species.
So far we've been working with the students and they've done an amazing job. We're doing them in colonies around the edge of the lake, and then there's some that we're fencing off over here.
Rebuild their habitat, and we go into the water and individually dig holes and plant the plants in the water enough where the top of them can still get sun, but they're deep down in there so they're stable.
Water willows are native to most of North America, from Canada all the way down to Texas. We started buying plants at about $4 a plant, and over the last 3 years we've weaned ourselves off of buying them. We propagate all we do from clippings.
Water willows come from the Ellis unit. They grow them out there, and it's wonderful that even though they're in the unit, they can come and help our habitat around them.
It's a horticultural program that's run by Lee College. We met up with them a little over a year ago, and they've become the major planting arm of our project and the research arm. They've perfected the fertilization, the type of growth, the soils, and a process for how we manage them, from propagating stems to putting them in the lake?
Well, so much around the world, people damage the water and you don't really know about it. Like we tested some of the water in some places and you'll really never know what is in the water. So being able to come out and restore it is very good.
It's just a really great program, and it's teaching the community about the effects of what really happens on the lakes and how important these small plants really are. They're really a large impact on the lakes around us and we have no idea. So it's really great so I can learn things so I can go out into my community and tell them about it.
We want to welcome you to the 2018 Water.
You're gonna have to see it twice. But anyway, that gives you a little glimpse of what we do. You can imagine when you go through this program, everybody finds their own little space of stuff that you're interested in. This just happens to be the stuff I'm really interested in. Some of the adults that you see in that video are from the Pineywood Lakes Livingston chapter. So this is really actually a master naturalist partnership between two chapters, including the San Jacinto Master Gardeners. And then someday, if your training manager, Lisa Tuck, invites me, I might actually show this stuff to the Walker County Master Gardeners.
Oh, that'd be great.
Remember we had it scheduled?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but
right.
the pandemic, they canceled it. They canceled every in-person meeting. So. Okay, well, yeah, I know who's in charge of the programs. I can make that happen.
Because this, where we actually do the planning is in Walker County, right?
It's in Lake Livingston's surrounded by 4 counties.
Yeah.
So we plant sometimes in St. Jack, sometimes in Polk, sometimes.
Okay.
The large majority is north of the 190 grid, so it's in Walker and Trinity County.
Okay, all right.
What area was this?
That's actually the Sam Houston Bearcat Camp, and if you know where the Sam Houston statue is, on 45, if you take Highway 19 right by that statue and go 45 degrees up toward Trinity, when you get to Riverside, just right off of the stoplight, there's a magnificent camp that's run by Sam Houston State University, and they use it for conferences, for student get-togethers, for the same thing that A&M does for Fish Day or Fish Week, whatever they do. My kids went to that. I don't even know what it is.
So it's private, not a public area.
It can be used like if you can apply to it and you can get them, if you're a nonprofit, they're really open to you coming in and using the facility. Oh. It actually started out as a TDCJ vacation place for officers, and they ended up not using it or something. They sold it, but it's really well done. They've got swimming pools and cabins and meeting rooms and lodges, and it's really
nice. It's called
place.
Bear Camp? Sam Houston Bear Camp?
Yeah, Sam Houston State University is called Bearcat Camp. Mm-hmm. And it's on 980, just left of that light. They've got a big sign up at the front of the gate. They've got full-time staff. Some of the Erosion guys, the trustees, actually work there and help them do stuff.
Can I ask, sorry, I'm still getting used to it. How long of a drive is that? Like, say from here, like,
just like, oh, to go to there?
30 minutes.
Yeah.
30 minutes?
30, 45
to this?
Oh, that's not
to the camp.
From here? No, yeah, from here to the camp.
Because if you get 45, I just want to make sure that
45.
Maybe close to 40.
Yeah.
Not very faster than you, but 40 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
So no, it's I mean, maybe I'm just lived in Houston too long since 1980. I used to drive from West Houston an hour and a half to go up because I've got a weekend place that's east of Riverside on Lake Livingston, and that was an hour and a half door to door. So once you're up in the woodlands, let's say 45, just to be gracious, whatever. So
yeah, it may take as long, depending on where you are in the woodlands. It may take as long to get to 45 as it does once you get to 45 to get there. Okay, I mean, so I mean, for someone who is from Texas, it's not that bad at all.
Yeah,
I'm still adjusting.
Yeah. Okay.
We get Carol if she'd like to come share this screen because it's not sharing.
is it not sharing, Bobby?
Yeah.
Then let's you are screen sharing. You know, stop it and start.
that's me again, yeah. Oh, is it not sharing on this
There
side?
we are now. Hang on.
Oh, there. Started sharing.
Did I get it?
Yes, you got it.
No.
Megan.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Good thing we got a geologist here.
Yeah.
Okay. This is, what did we do last week? We had kickoff, we had VMS, we had what? Any presentations?
Gwen's presentations,
Gwen's
which were great.
presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Gwen helps me in prison. So we're going to actually kick off the prison training program on the 19th. So she and I will kick that off. Lisa and Mike McGee, also Heartland member, do native plants in prison. So, and she teaches in prison.
And I teach in prison.
All right, so this is now your favorite subject for the whole class. We're going to take a vote at the end. Geology has to be your favorite subject, or I fail miserably. So are there any geologists in here? You can correct anything I say, because I can tell you that I get everything wrong half the time. The other thing is that you can't answer any questions. If they ask any questions or anything comes up on the chat room, you can help me answer them. But I've forgotten way too much in my life.
I'm getting there.
I don't What is interesting about this presentation, and this is a message to you and all the folks at home. When I was asked to do this presentation 4 years ago, look in your textbook and look at the title of the chapter and look at who the author is. And I did nothing but look up the author of that chapter, and it turned out to be a Texas A&M professor who's an engineering geologist. And I sent him an unsolicited email and said, you know, I got to do this presentation for my Master Naturalist chapter. Do you have any PowerPoints or anything I could use? Within a week, he sent me a thumb drive with 350 PowerPoint slides. So I can't take credit for a lot of this. This guy's name is Chris Mathewson, and I've still got his card up here. For those of you that are here, I've still got it attached to the thumb drive that he sent me. It's just got tons of stuff. He taught everything, and I went to some of his field trips at the annual meeting. At the field trips, he's a skilled presenter, but he's an engineering geologist, so he thinks in terms of how you actually see landscapes and content and the type of rocks and down in Corpus Christi and wave action and how they build jetties and that kind of stuff. So it's not really geology 101. That being said, he does a really, really good job with this. So first of all, since for those of you that are non-geologists, what is geology? So I went on and defined it for everybody. And the scientific study, the origin of the history and structure of the earth. Uh-oh. It's not going to work.
Should you do that at the machine?
I don't know. I'm not sure it was working before.
It should be working.
I don't think we have another USB port for the. Right.
The little thing that goes in.
Right. So do you want?
I'll stand back there and
No,
change
I've got another one. And I can walk back and forth.
Oh, okay.
That's not a big deal. Let me try one more thing and then we'll just move on.
And the one you have doesn't need a USB port?
No, it's the same thing. It's the exact same model. But I've never seen it not work. Either one of them not work here.
Well, she said there was not an extra USB.
Yeah, there's one of these.
Was this plugged?
I don't want to unplug anything else right now. So we'll just walk back and forth. Okay.
No, because I think there's only two, and one is the owl and the other one is your presentation. So
there's three.
There's three?
Yeah, I unplugged your USB port.
Oh, good.
That's sitting over here that you were running your show
on. Right. So that one's open?
Yeah.
I've been plugging that.
I did. It doesn't. Yeah.
And it's not working.
Unless we.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. This is the okay. We'll just have to hit that name and hit the button. Give me Indiana.
Okay, so our clicker doesn't work for those of you at home, so we're just gonna, Miss Lisa's gonna do it for us, so next slide.
It's not that.
Later is tonight.
Didn't that happen to Gwen at the last meeting?
It did, and then somebody started.
Well, somebody did something.
Okay, so once again, for geology, let's talk about Geology 101. And one of the things that the chapter is going to teach you is sort of some of the basic fundamentals. And if you ever took geology in university or college, a lot of the principles that Chris tries to put in the presentation are things that you would see. And so we're going to go through some of those same scenarios. So you can all get an A in Geology 101 and 102 at the end of this. But when you think of geology, I think most of you that are non-geologists think of sort of the part of this presentation that shows a lot of the rocks, the crust, the mantle, the earth, and that kind of stuff. Next slide. But one of the things I want you to do is sort of keep in mind, if it's something that I had to sort of get my head around, when they put geology in a textbook and we're all here for conservation volunteering, how does that actually relate to us? Well, geology is sort of a very multidimensional science. So there's not a geologist that's sort of a specific discipline. There's multitudes of disciplines within the geology spectrum. So there's geochemists and paleontologists. There's people that do igneous and metamorphic petrology, and there's sedimentologists, and people that specialize in different things that you're going to see. So for us, this is sort of like the Master Naturalist program. Everything is connected. So if we talk about things that are connected from if we talk about things that are connected in Master Naturalist stuff that we look at, from plants to animals to critters to butterflies to pollinators, the same thing happens here. So we're connected to the biosphere, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, and the atmosphere. All of those things you're going to see progress through your chapter. So like next week, you're going to be getting a presentation from the Texas State climatologist, John Nielsen Gammon. And so you're going to talk a lot about climate, and Texas is very blessed in the fact that we have such a wide latitude of environments. We've got humid, swampy, crappy stuff like here, and you go to West Texas and it doesn't rain but a couple of inches a year. And so we've got all kinds of things. The geology of the state and of the things that we see, the rivers that run through it all affect the structure of everything within Texas, and therefore the soils and the plants and, connected to the atmosphere. So next slide. So here's your first glimpse of what a geologist is. So you're a visitor, you go to this, Two Mesas and Monument Valley in Arizona. Does anybody look at that and see anything but, wow, that's really cool looking. So I wonder, what is that? Why is it there? So click it. Again, Lisa, there you go. The geologist looks at that and sees something a little bit different. So he's all of a sudden, he or she is going to say, oh, some of those things from little mesa to mesa look like they're the same, or they could be connected. And so if you draw a line across there, you start trying to correlate differences with it. What a geologist would also see is not that there's three little mesas that are in the desert, is what did it look like 2 million years ago, and what did it look like 190 million years ago? And so therefore, you're starting to get the idea that you're trying to get around how things got here, how they formed, what they look like in the past, and you start putting clues together, and there's a science of deduction. A lot of people talk about geology being a forensic science, and forensic science means that we have to go in like a detective and start looking for clues to the past, because the things that we see in the past also are present here. Next, Lisa. Are we frozen? Here we go. What do you see here? So for those of you in class, what does that look like?
Shoreline.
All right, so it could be a leaf. So look at here's a piece of rock. Here's a little leaf, and it was collected where? Lake Erie, New York. Next one. Now, what does that look like? That looks like a similar type of leaf in today's world. Large seed pods, flamboyant tree. Click it one more time, Lisa. So look at the bottom right, for those of you at home, tropical climate in Brazil. So here we've got a rock on the left that you found in Lake Erie, New York, that's obviously from a tree that's tropical in nature. Well, how did that happen? So go ahead, next one. What is that?
Fossilized footprints.
Not of a person, right? So go to the next one, Lisa. So once again, in Texas, and these are pictures from Texas that Chris put in his presentation, we can take something that's embedded in the rock and you have to assume what kind of creature made it. It doesn't live today. It used to live a long time ago. How big was it? How heavy was it? What was the stride? And that's what paleontologists do. They can put together things unbelievable today about how creatures existed in the past. Go to the next one. This is the biggest disappointment of my life. I've hiked down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon twice, backpacked down with my family once as a kid. And when you get there and you expect it to be magnificent, it looks just like this picture. It's vast, it's beautiful, it's 1 billion years of rock record that are exposed from the Colorado River winding its way down as the land uplifted and it cut through. And it's so vast and so massive, it just looks like a painting. So it's a cool place to go if you ever get a chance to go. Next. So now we're back to sort of Geology 101, but these are 3 maps. I actually have these at home, and sometimes we take them into prison. What is interesting about these is that all of these maps have characteristics that are similar. So the one on the left is the geology map of Texas, and you're going to see this numerous times during the presentation. The one on the middle on climate shows that we're really wet in the east and really dry in the west. And then you get hydrology, and you start looking at the aquifers in Texas, and you're going to get several presentations on water and how important it is in the state of Texas and why there's real funky laws here about how we protect, produce, or abuse water. And a lot of the aquifers follow the geology of Texas. So, hint, hint. Next one. This is geology. So we talk a lot about geology being stuff like this, that those of you that are here are going to be able to come up and look at some of the rocks. And these form in different ways. They have different minerals. They have different origins, if you will. This is geology too. I went to LSU and there's not many rocks really in Louisiana, right? It's really muddy and soft and gumbo-y and that kind of stuff. That's the Mississippi River watershed. Look at all the rivers on the west side of the river going northwest to southeast. And look over here at Texas on one side, and it does the exact same thing. They flow northwest to southeast. They follow the same general trend, and they wander back and forth over the centuries and millennia, and they cut soil away. They deposit soil where you're going to hear about sedimentation and what makes the coastline. Go ahead. This is the Louisiana Coast. It's a lesson in catastrophe because the Mississippi River Delta is a bird-foot delta, and it is built out into deep water. So a lot of the sediments that come down through all that drainage area deposit out into the deep water, and they don't really, usually most deltas, you're going to see in a second, they migrate back and forth. I had a professor that wrote a paper right when I started school that said the Corps of Engineers has tamed the Mississippi River and built levees all up and down the river from Minnesota all the way down to Venice, passed all the way at the bottom. It's no longer going to flood. And then they had the worst flood in history in 1973. So this delta keeps building out because of the levees put in by the Corps of Engineers, and also because the Gulf of Mexico has sort of low tidal wind wave action compared to some other places in the world. So it doesn't keep pushing and moving the delta around very much. So it keeps piling up and building in the deep water. Go to the next one. Here's what the deltas have done over the last many years. So you can see 4,600, 35, 2,800, 1,000 Plaquemines. You see how the deltas migrated all across South Louisiana? And that's normal. That's how rivers are supposed to act. That's how this river should act. Go to the next one. And this is what happened. This slide, for those of you at home and here, look at the top. You see where it says Old River Control Structure? That's a control structure that was put in sort of the 60s or early 70s, I think. It's where the Atchafalaya River branches off from the Mississippi River. 70% of the Mississippi River flow goes down toward New Orleans, 30% goes down the Atchafalaya River. What happens when the river floods? It gets pressure on all these levees and it wants to flood over the banks and flood all these cities. In 1973, when I was in school, this river flooded so badly that structure almost got completely removed. There were 2 whirlpools that formed on either side of that structure that went down 200 feet deep. This is post forensic analysis. They went down straight down on either side, started eroding away the structure. They opened up the Morganza floodway at the top and the Bonnie Carey floodway at the bottom, and they let off, took pressure off the river and started flooding out the sides to get the pressure down. If those would have connected, that structure would have collapsed, and the Chefla River would be the new main river. The whole river would have migrated to the west, and Baton Rouge and New Orleans would no longer be a seaport. It would fill up with sediment. So that's a true story.
Oh yeah, I heard they were sinking barges at that old structure.
Doing everything they could.
Everything they could to stop.
Yeah, and the story is actually a little more complex than that, but the bottom line is that this is geology. And so when you get into engineering geology or sedimentation and geology 101, this is also geology. And the sad part of this is Louisiana's losing, like, we're going to see it in a minute, 75 kilometers of land per year. It's more than that. Well, I don't remember all right, so most of the sediment that comes out of the river goes into the Gulf, and then it migrates from northeast to southwest all along the Texas coast. That's how these barrier islands get built along the Texas coast, like Galveston Island and Matterhorn Island. And so if you start losing replenishment of this delta builds out into deep water, then all this land that's in the west, where you see Homa and all this land, marshy land in the bottom, it's slowly been sinking. I used to live south of New Orleans at Plaquemines Parish when I worked offshore. And most of, I'd say 80% of the landmass of that parish is now gone. It's now water. So it's, what is that? Who knows? Yes. What's interesting about this? What's funny about this volcanic explosion that happened?
They were told it was going to happen and ignored the warnings, even as it built up on the side, getting ready to burst.
It burst which way? That's unusual. So everybody knew it was going to blow. Everybody got evacuated that wanted to evacuate. Go to the next one. And that cloud went up. Go to the next one. We'll show the statistics. 80,000 feet, 15 miles in the atmosphere. It blew out sideways. Nobody expected that to happen. There's different types of volcanoes, and there are people that are called volcanologists that study this all the time. Deposited ash in 11 states. The landslide, the largest in our recorded history, probably there were worse ones in the past. 155 miles an hour, pyroclastic flow at 670 miles per hour. Think of Pompeii. So that's a mixture of gas and ash and molten rock and all that stuff blowing out the side of the mountain. And you see what it did to the trees. 57 people died. Go to the next one, Lisa. The guy on the top right is a USGS volcanologist. He didn't expect to die. He was there on purpose and taking the risk, but no one expected this thing to blow out sideways. They named a ridge after him. The top left, that's what a pyroclastic flow looks like after it's actually gone down a road.
Yeah, so that's the street sign sticking up.
The one on the bottom right is Billings, I think it's in Billings, Montana. It's quite a long way from Mount St. Helens.
Oh.
So quite an event. Huh? Wow. That's geology. Next one. All right, here's another test question. What does a visitor see? A small mountain and rock. Okay, we're going to tell you what a geologist sees, Lisa. You see a small granite mountain rising above a nice Piedmont. So you don't care about that kind of stuff, but we'll talk a little bit about it, but go ahead, one more. This is what a geologist also sees. Why is that granite there? We're going to talk about this granite in a little bit. This is actually Jerry. I got my son to carry this for 14 days for $20 because I liked the rock, and he carried it on a backpacking trip in his hand. I said, if you carry that, I like this rock. Well, it's a piece of granite. And he did. We named him Jerry. But it's also part of a granite, which means it's molten rock that's buried way below the ground. And over millions and millions of years, all that molten rock can grow crystals and solidify, and you get these really big crystals. And it's a type of igneous rock. And you're going to be an expert in igneous rock shortly. And a long time ago, that igneous rock, as it cooled and formed crystals, could have little dikes that would go up. Go ahead, Lisa. But 10 million years from now, that all could be eroded away. Erosion and weathering is another process that geologists look at as to what happens and what happened in the past, and what's going to happen in the future. And then this one, I had to put in a Houston slide. I don't think Chris put this in. This is Hurricane Harvey, and this came out of all of that. Go, Lisa. We all are experienced with hurricanes. Go ahead. Hurricanes are events. They're cataclysmic events, or can be, if you think of everything that's happened along the coast, along Galveston getting destroyed in the 1900s. A geologist can see some of these severe events in the rock record. So it doesn't mean that we can see this and figure out the details of all that. I was living in West Houston, and Hurricane Harvey in my neighborhood looked like the top north upper left slide. 220 homes out of 350 or so in my neighborhood had about 10 feet of water in it. We're right below the Addison Barker Reservoir, which was designed to keep the water back, to keep river oaks from flooding. They open those floodgates up on those reservoirs at 2:30 in the morning. So no warning, no nothing, just like, uh-oh. Go ahead. Why study geology? This is right out of the engineering geology textbook that Dr. Mathewson had. So here's a property. Lisa's got this property and she's going to sell it. So what should she do? Go ahead, Lisa. On the left, she could make it into 3 lots, and she could put a septic system down both houses, and then the guy in the middle gets stuck with some kind of real junky, marshy area that he's got to deal with. Or you could split it into 2 lots and put some type of a pollinator garden in the middle and take advantage of all the nice low-lying wetland area. A geologist could advise a developer or builder or an engineering geologist about how to actually develop the property other than just bulldozing everything flat like they do now. Northeast of Huntsville, toward where this planting is going to be, they're building a subdivision. And they basically, no, it's not northeast Huntsville. It's north of Conroe. North of Conroe.
Okay.
I drove past it. And so north of Conroe, they're developing, it looks like an old landfill area. They bulldoze out. There's a rig there drilling right now. It looks like they're going to build it, and they bulldoze down all of this meadow, all of this pasture, every tree in sight, and it certainly doesn't look like that. San Antonio, go one more. Had floods in the early 1900s. Remember the San Antonio River? It's called the Riverwalk. What did San Antonio do? Go, Lisa. Yeah, they built a tunnel. They built a tunnel and diverted the San Antonio River under the city of San Antonio. 35-foot elevation difference. Chris has this up because it's an example of how an engineering geologist would look at flooding conditions and what could happen after you could mitigate it so people and nature could live in harmony in the same environment. And the result is probably a river walk that we've all been to and enjoyed. It never floods, and they clean it up every once in a while. That same tunnel concept was proposed by the flood control district in Harris County when they were building Katy Freeway and did the expansion. They were going to put a pipeline under that freeway from Highway 6 all the way to the ship channel. And the politicians canceled it because it was too expensive. I think it would have cost several $100 million at the time. The damage from Hurricane Harvey was in the billions of dollars. So would that have been a good idea? Now they did another study. It's $100 million a mile if they wanted to put one in.
Oh, because the other infrastructure is already in place.
Yeah, too much is in the way now.
Yes.
Go ahead. So now we get to the geology part that's in your textbook. You've sort of seen that geology can be more than rocks and that kind of stuff. So you still need to know the basics. And so we're going to look at time and geologic history, plate tectonics, basic types of rocks, and then some processes before we get to the other stuff. Go ahead. You don't need to learn all this stuff, but when you take the course in school, they teach you all about this, but you need to look at not the big words, but the little words under the bottom. Present is the key to the past. Units are always deposited horizontally first. They don't get deposited at a 45-degree angle, you see, like driving down the highway. Oldest units are on the bottom, younger units cut older units. Go to the next one. Click, 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 click. We're going to build a sandwich the same way you built an earth. Stop. So you know the sandwich went from bottom to top. That's how rocks are laid down. You can go in later and you can say, I know, I put that piece of bread first. I put the meat second, the cheese, the vegetables, then the bread, and I cut it. I did the toothpick. But if you walked up on that sandwich and somebody said, how was the sandwich built? You could answer part of the question. One more. One more. What came next? Can you actually tell if you cut the sandwich first or put the toothpick in? That'd be a hard question. Well, that's the same thing we see in the rock record where you ask questions and sometimes you don't know the answer. Sometimes you got to deduce what the answer might be. Okay, we could also do correlation. If you have mountains on one side of a valley and mountains on the other side of the valley, and they have the same kind of fossils on either mountain across the valley, you can make a deduction that those units used to be continuous and something got eroded out in the middle. That's called stratigraphic correlation. Now we're going to talk about time. Click it about 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop there. Time to a geologist means different things than it does to people. So we think of I think that's the Parthenon.
It is.
Is it? I've never been to Greece, so I don't know.
It's the only one left there. Christians raised everything else.
Well, it's pretty cool looking anyway, but it's really old, right? So it's several thousand years old. And then you see trees growing out the side of this wall. I've been to the Great Wall of China. I don't remember seeing any trees growing out the side, but maybe there are somewhere along the thousands of miles of trail. And then you've seen redwoods. Keep going, Lisa. And then you get microfossils that are in little rocks. So time is a big deal with geologists because you have to think in millions and billions of years. So sort of like Carl Sagan back in the old TV show. For those of you that are old enough to remember Carl Sagan, go ahead. Every geology student gets to learn this and put it to memory. And so all of these nice words that you're not going to be required to know, the only thing that's significant here is that planet Earth is considered to be about 4.5 to 4.6 billion years old. And so we have, it's sort of like saying, how big is a light year? How far does light travel in a year? It's really hard for people and us to get our mind around how far a light year is, much less billions of years or millions of years. But we provide all these definitions, we put all these terms in there so that we can date things and see when events happen. Go ahead. This is Dr. Mathewson's idea of how to compress this into something that could be understandable. He's going to put 4.5 billion years into a 1 yearly calendar. And he's going to say on January 1st, the Earth was created. And let's see how long it takes for life to show up. November 1st, the first signs of life were seen today. He put this up there and he had it wrong by 500 million years. These microfossils, this little text box that's put in here, he put those microfossils in. Since he made this slideshow, it used to be that the first microfossils occurred 580 million years ago. They've since found some that are 1.6 billion years old. Mm-hmm. So that's when the first life showed up on Earth. So you got January 1st all the way to November 1st, and now life finally shows up. So lots happened during that time frame, right? Pearl Harbor Day, the first mammal showed up. Now you can click again. And we got to December 31st. So at 11:17, there were ice age. At, let's see, the last minute, less seconds, Bronze Age, Americans Revolt, all the way down here. You can see all of this Earth's history that goes along. Most of the events that we consider that we know anything about happened in the last few seconds of where we are today. So the Earth's been around for a long time. A lot of stuff's happened. And that's what makes geology fascinating when we start looking at stuff like this. And we see a fish that's in a little bit of limestone. Those of you at home, pretend that I'm passing this around. So there's lots of things. Here's a start one at the other.
Are these all fossils or rocks that are from Texas?
Absolutely not. I don't even know where they all came from. I can tell you that I got this in Colorado, which is some muscovite. It's I got this in a mine in Leadville, Colorado. I got this in Algeria, which are called sand roses. You pick them up off the side of the road. There's lots of stuff like this around. So go ahead to the next one. So here's another one, and I'm gonna make Lisa do something. So we talked a little bit about time. That's a little bit of a concept that's in your textbook that they want to introduce as we get into connecting the dots back to master naturalists, right? That's why we're all here. There's also a concept called plate tectonics, and when I was a freshman in college, this concept was considered revolutionary and new. It sort of came about in the 1960s, and now it's established science. You're going to escape out of this.
Okay.
And go to, you'll see my little,
This one?
folder.
Did everybody see this?
And go to plate tectonics.
Okay.
Double click on that.
Yes. Is this the SCOTUS thing?
Oh, we just started again.
We were studying Mesozoic. Oh, really? Yeah, I think so.
Scott? It's the voice from above. I just wanted to remind you to share your screen again.
No, we're trying.
Okay.
Okay, while we're at a break, there's lots of bananas.
There we go. Okay, now we're back. Okay, we're going a billion years and look at all the continents. Can you see it, Caroline?
Yes.
We're good. Just let's let it go. All right, so plate tectonics means that all the continents, which we started out that slide and said, isn't it interesting that all the continents look like a jigsaw puzzle and they could fit together? Well, they actually did, and they formed and reformed several times over the last 4.5 billion years. The fact that you can deduce this is pretty cool. They can figure that out, and it's taken a long time to figure that out. A lot of science went into getting us to where we are today.
And that's not even including the recently found almost sunken continent of Zealandia. You know where New Zealand is? That is a small part of a bigger continent that's almost entirely submerged.
I thought you were going to tell me Atlantis.
No.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually found this. My son-in-law found this online. I just thought I'd be interested in it.
I would really like a link to this.
Yeah, this
if
guy,
possible.
SCOTUS, his whole career was doing these things.
Yeah.
So it's actually a
He has
woman
really
who
good
figured this out.
I'm sorry?
It was actually a woman who figured out that the continents were moving. She was studying the ocean floor at the time using
it took 50 years for anybody to work.
yes, they didn't take it very kindly when she first introduced the research.
Oh, I certainly agree with that. Was it in the 60s? Because I don't remember.
It was.
The idea of plate tectonics,
I can't remember her
it
name.
sort of started, it was actually way earlier than the 1960s.
Was it?
Alfred Wegener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember my.
I thought it was.
I told you.
But it was the woman who
I
proved
don't
it.
I thought it was actually Wisconsin who did that, or am I thinking?
No, it was a lady.
Oh.
It was a woman. She's the one who found the evidence to actually prove it.
Yeah.
Let's just go back to the.
She was like working under somebody, right? Yeah, she was working under somebody studying the ocean floor, and by studying the mountains and formation, she was able to figure it out.
Question, Scott, so I noticed like the epoch, are they teaching now that the Anthropocene is the next, like, they call it like epoch? Are they teaching that now? Because I know like whenever.
As far as I know, but I haven't been in school in a long time.
Yeah, I was just curious if it was like supposed to be talked about or if they were like.
My goal in life is to never work again. Like my engineering friend Bobby, who still tries to work and should retire. Going to prison is much more fun than working. For those of you that ask Lisa how much fun it is. See, you meet interesting people, don't you?
Yeah.
So anyway,
I teach geology in the prison unit, so it's really great. Okay, next.
So anyway, so they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. And so now you've got a concept that these things float around. Keep going. What do they do? They teach this also in school, and they have a little bit in the book. And so if you take the one in the middle, that mid-Atlantic ridge, there's a ridge that runs all the way from north to south of the ridge, and all this magma and molten rock is bubbling up there and spreading out this way, which means Europe and the United States are drifting further apart. What happens when the United States hits Japan? It goes to the bottom part, and two plates collide against each other. One goes down below. That's called a subduction zone. Guess what happens? Lots of geologic activity and volcanoes and earthquakes and tsunamis and that kind of stuff. And what happens at the top when two plates are next to each other or sliding next to each other? That's called a transform fault. So think of Los Angeles, right? So those are just basic concepts that are in your geology stuff. We can prove that also because there's different fossils that they found on different continents. They didn't just swim from South America to Africa. So they must have been together at one point. Go ahead, Lisa. And then we also have rocks that look very similar on the North American side of things than over in Europe and North Africa. So go ahead. And then these plates look like that. So you've already seen what?
We're not seeing it advancing. Oh. It's still back on that plate.
An interesting thing about the drift and a lot of progression for land bridges as sea levels rise and fall with mindful periods of climate is that sometimes certain species can be isolated.
Australia comes from
Australia, Madagascar, but an interesting thing is that a species that might be extinct on the mainland could survive on a newly formed island. A recent example is there's an island off the coast of modern Alaska where fossil records of woolly mammoths were found to be as old as 60,000 years old. On the mainland, they were thought to be extinct 100,000 years ago. So there was a population of woolly mammoths that survived dozens of millennia after.
Are we back in action?
That's amazing.
Yeah, I think one of the things that what was the problem since you're not going to be here the 30th?
Oh, I switched it from one view to another view. I think it was like presenter view, and I switched it so that it was duplicating what she was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody will just have to show up in person the 30th.
You just click all the buttons until something works. That's it.
I hate this Zoom stuff.
Yeah, on the 30th, go remote at your own risk.
Yeah, so further to what Seth was saying here about, things migrating over, things getting isolated, even during the recent ice age, I think the sea level was 350 to 400 feet lower than it is today. So therefore the land bridges and things that could cross over from Siberia or northeastern Siberia over into Alaska.
And it just left this pocket of mammoths on this tiny little island off the coast of Alaska. And the only reason that they died out, because humans only touched that island in the 1600s, is because they ran out of clean water.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's get into a little bit more geology of Texas, because that's what we're supposed to be talking about as Texas Master Naturalist. And so we're going to talk and touch on a little bit of what two terms you may or may not have heard: geomorphology, fluvial geomorphology, which is nothing more than the study of the Earth's surface. Go ahead. So now let's look at Texas. Texas time travel. I can't take credit for any of these slides. Dr. Matheson put them all together. So go for it, Lisa. This is what we looked like back in the Precambrian to Cambrian. So that's 570 million years ago. You see a lot of Texas is underwater. So granite rocks were forming near Llano. Go ahead, Lisa. Now a lot of Texas is underwater. The first primitive land plants and corals take off. We're now in the solarium 400 plus million years ago. Keep going. Now we get up into the Devonian, the golden age for fishes, shale, limestone, chert, Llano, near Llano and Marathon. Keep going. Now we're really underwater. Reptiles start coming into view. Where are we? The Pennsylvania. Go ahead. Now, Paladuro State Park, limestone reefs, evaporating flats, the Permian. We're getting into the cool part where the Jurassic Park stuff starts to evolve. Go ahead. And now we have the continent beginning to split apart. The Gulf of Mexico starts to form. Lots of shale, siltstone. We're now at the Triassic. Go, Lisa. Rocky Mountains, dinosaurs, where's Texas? It's a big mess, right? We've gone underwater, we've had lots of limestone. Keep going. Now we went completely underwater. So if you ever go up into the hill country and you start digging around, this actually came from one of my kids being at Boy Scout camp northwest of San Marcos and digging around in a cut that was at the Boy Scout camp where they could pull fossils out by the boatload. So keep going. Then we get the famous Ice Age. Look, we're all the way up to where people were around, right? There were people existing back during the Ice Age. And that amount of ice pretty much, you know, that affects sea level, that affects climate, that affects lots of stuff. So keep going. So here, yeah, so I'm going to sort of tie this in now to something else about Texas once again. You sort of got a glimpse of Texas through the millennia. Now we're talking about the three primary rocks that you need to know. Lisa will test you on this as part of your graduation. Sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic. They make every freshman learn this. Go ahead. Let's just skip that part. There we go. Sedimentary means to settle out. We've taken something, we've eroded it. We're going to talk about a process called weathering, where you take the surface, we take the part, and you rain on it a lot. You have rivers running around, and when you erode things, and then you have energy, and you pick up some of these erosion sediments and you move them somewhere else, they'll form a sedimentary rock. And so particle size reflects depositional environments. The geologists talk about high energy and low energy environment. Think of a fast moving stream or slow moving river. And so the more energy you got, the bigger thing that you can actually move from point A to point B, the faster you might be able to erode it, depending on the type of rocks and sediments it's cutting through. Go ahead. 73% of the Earth's surface comprises are sedimentary rocks, but only 8% of the total volume of the crust. We're going to talk a little bit about weathering and erosion by different processes: water, wind, ice, or glaciers. So go, Lisa. This is a sandstone. You know, every geologist gets to look at sandstone. They get laid down. Think of the Rocky Mountains and think of a rock like this. And after you weather it and break it apart, put it down creeks and rivers and take it all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, the hardest mineral that's in here that survives is sort of quartz. And so the pink stuff will erode away way before the white stuff that's in here. So you get lots of nice sand that shows up in a lot of rivers and point bars and beaches and stuff. So sandstone are larger particles. Go ahead, Lisa. Mudstone, siltstone, claystone are finer particles with a mix of clay. So think of quieter environments. Think of some of the bayous that we have around Houston and the type of stuff that's in there. You don't see a lot of sand all the time. You see a lot of clay and that stuff. Go ahead. So here's Chris's, Dr. Matthewson, his message to you is Texas is rich in all of these different things that we're going to talk about, all these different types of rocks. So we're going to talk about sedimentary rocks and igneous rocks, a little bit of metamorphic. Well, guess what? We've got lots of sandstones and shales. And remember, you saw the history where things were migrating northwest to southeast, and all these rivers that you're going to see in further presentations on Texas waters, taking all these sediments and eroding them up from the hill country and taking them down the Gulf of Mexico. They built up all along the coast, just like they do in Louisiana. Go ahead. Limestone. You saw how much Texas is underwater. Limestone are the nothing more than decayed remnants of sea organisms. All right, so all those seashells and all those little microorganisms are calcium carbonate. They die and they rain down on the seafloor and they build up over millions of years. And you get these big stacks of limestone and they're rich in fossils. So, go ahead. We've got lots of limestone in Texas. Remember, we were underwater a long time, so there's lots of time for things to build up and coral reefs to develop and lots of things to happen. Go ahead. We have coal in Texas. And so think of coal, think of a swamp. Think of things that are, you know, decaying matter, getting buried and smushed and buried, and then they undergo heat and pressure. And eventually, Lisa, it turns into lignite, which is the soft part of coal. It's a softer version of what you see in West Virginia, which is the harder coal that's been altered by heat and pressure. And so it becomes harder. Keep going. Conglomerates, think of boulders and think of high energy that actually have a flash flood and it moves a whole bunch of rocks. I've seen creeks in Colorado where you have a big flash flood overnight and boulders half the size of this room will move. And so water is a pretty powerful thing. And if you have a lot of energy, you can move this and then you'll end up having a deposit of these that you could uncover on the rock record and say, I knew something happened here because all these things got here somehow, right? You're a forensic scientist once again. Go ahead. We have conglomerates in Texas. Keep going. Igneous rocks. You're now an expert at volcanoes. You already talked about Mount St. Helens. We have two types of igneous rocks, or two categories. One is where the molten rock stays buried underground and cools over millions and millions of years and it allows it time to make these nice big crystals. I'll pass Jerry around. Don't lose it. I'm going to charge you $20. It's an expensive rock. And we have extrusive rocks. And think of Mount St. Helens blowing out all this molten rock. And what happens when it hits the atmosphere is it cools really rapidly. So it doesn't have time to build up these big crystals. It'll have little small crystals. Go ahead. So we'll skip through this real quick. You can see the difference between intrusive and extrusive, and the one at the top's got really big crystals. And usually when you start doing igneous and metamorphic petrology, you define the type of rock a lot of times based on the minerals that are within it. And extrusive rocks are really fine grained, so keep going, Lisa. So here's some examples of intrusive: granite, gabbro, and diorite. You don't need to memorize any of that. We have them in Texas. Where's an example of a nice big igneous rock in the hill country? You can't answer. Oh. And so I've taken my kids, I'm sure a lot of you have been there and climbed up on that rock. That's an igneous rock, right? So keep going. And extrusive rocks, rhyolite, andesite, basalt, very fine grained. Keep going. And we have extrusive igneous rocks. So Texas, if you go to some states, they don't have this diversity. And so we've got just lots of stuff. It's a big state, right? I think Texas, I heard this on TV, I wouldn't have known this. Texas is about the same size as Ukraine. So, big state. And metamorphic, your last kind of rock. And I don't have any metamorphic rocks here. So think of burying any rock, whether it's sedimentary or igneous. And
wait, how about in your thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have to actually look.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
The only reason I've got these little tiny rocks is because they're easy to take to prison. And you would think that rock is a weapon. I carry this box of rocks into prison every time we do this presentation, so I don't get it.
Well, I got called to the warden's office, so he would know what I was doing with all the rocks.
Really?
I did.
Which unit? They're not.
But now I know. Okay, so here was the thing. One of the guys at Lee College said, "No, you can't take something like this. Go put it in a sock." And go not use my fossils to bean somebody with. That would be so rude. And anyway, but then that wasn't that warden's problem. His problem was with all these, because he said they'll pocket them.
Oh, because they're so small.
Because they're so small, and they would want something mine. You know, because they
As a souvenir.
just like a souvenir. Yeah, yeah. He said they'll pocket them. So I ended up having to come up with a way to track them. You know, so I put them in all little Ziploc bags and said, I had to come up with a control mechanism to take my stuff in, but it'll work. So now I know what their issue is.
How the guy did it in Shawshank Redemption.
What's that, right?
That's how the guy did it in Shawshank Redemption. Pocket in the rocks and make a chest set.
Look, Lisa and I are warning you. You think this volunteer conservation thing will take you in really weird directions? We're living proof.
It's okay how to get stuff in and out of this.
Yeah. The only rock that would be can be used as a real weapon would be obsidian, because that can be sharp.
They can make weapons out of lots of stuff. Yeah, and anoles, which are going to get your reptile presentation, sell for what, $5 each?
It sure is.
Chameleons. No,
Sure, that's what the paleo Indian.
At Ocean, if they sell for $5 each. If you get one, they'll sell them. They keep them under the collar protection.
Alrighty then, I did not know that.
Oh, I've seen several guys in the class, they'll share their pet, they'll pull their collar up, he's just sitting there, and they walk around.
The only one I've heard of was the guy with the bird. There's a guy that had a bird.
Oh.
Yeah, that, I hadn't heard about the green and
I've seen several.
Alright.
So back to rocks.
Sorry. We totally digressed on this.
Totally digress. So we got off, this is all because Lisa used rock as a weapon, and I told you they're not weapons. So metamorphic rocks are just rocks that get buried and compressed. We'll show you some different kinds. Click, keep clicking. So quartzite is one kind of rock. You take quartz and you smush it, compress it. It's just real hard. Keep going. Slate, so you take shale that you see on Buffalo Bayou, you put it underground, smush it, put it under pressure and temperature, and it gets really hard, right? Keep going. And then my favorite, marble, take a bunch of limestone, do the same thing, and then you're quarrying it like they do all over the United States where they have marble. And it shows up at the Washington Monument, shows up all kinds of places. So I guess they got marble in Austin, right?
Yeah.
So guess what? We've got metamorphic rocks in Texas. So the message here that Chris was trying to convey is not only do we have these different classes of rocks, they're present here in Texas. So you can go see them. You can go on a road trip where it's just a lot of opportunity. Keep going. So now let's get into processes a little bit. Next one. So you've already seen the climatology presentation. You see from east to west, it gets really wet and then it gets really dry. And so that affects what? It affects erosion and sedimentation and transport and all these things that we've sort of introduced. Keep going. We're lucky in that Texas has got multiple zones. If you remember, we're in moderate to severe drought across the whole state. We're way, way under. So the last time we had a drought that was approaching this was like 2011 and it lasted 3 or 4 years. And you're going to see in your waters presentation that in the past, Texas has been dry for like 50 years and stuff. It's been really bad. And so the more people that move here, the more people want water and the more problems there are because water and water law and availability in Texas is a complicated topic. Here's what we look like from the satellite. We all know that the east side of the state is pretty green compared to the west side. Keep going. And topography, I think when I was living in West Houston, I was like 80 feet above sea level or something stupendous. And now I'm in the mountains. I'm at 350 feet in Walker County. So I would say not a mountainous state, but if you've been to Big Bend and seen all that, and been to the Davis Mountains and been out to the Guadalupe and Paladura Canyon, you know, there's just lots to see in the state. It's not the Rocky Mountains, but the topography is terribly interesting, and then the environment's very all across the state. And then we categorize that once again. You're going to see this come up in some of your soils presentation. So we've called part of Texas as a landform, the coastal plain, the Great Plains, the Basin and Range, which extends up into the Rocky Mountains, and then the Central Lowlands. You've driven across all these parts of Texas in the geology and the climate, and ultimately the soils and the plants that appear are all tied together in this whole mechanism. River basins, I put this in here just to show a lot of the watersheds. This is a pretty interesting part of the state because where we are is an ecoregion. You're going to see ecoregions next. Ecoregions are the presentation that you're going to see is from the Livingston, Texas A&M AgriLife representative, Matt March. I saw him present this for the Piney Wood Lakes chapter and thought it was the best presentation I had ever seen. I think last year we had him give it for the chapter, for the intern class, and he also comes to prison and does it. So think of a lot of these things that tie together and look and think that we have all these different watersheds, which is the area that a river drains from left to right. They intersect in a pretty interesting place around Walker County and Livingston Polk. There's different ecoregions that all intersect together right here. And so you're going to find that fascinating and just sort of think back of the link to geology and the geomorphology of the state. But, skip. Weathering. You can do like one more. There we go. So weathering is another concept they teach in terms of geologic processes. So we have, you can freeze things and thaw them out. They expand and break rock apart. Vegetation can break things apart. Animals can dig and do stuff, mechanical weathering. You can take waterfalls, rivers. We've got stuff up in Pedernales and all the places that you've been in Texas. So there's different ways that you can take a rock like any of these. And even the ones you see like here with crystals, you can imagine if you put this under a lot of stuff like this, they won't last long. So to grow a crystal like this has to be in a protected environment. Go ahead. Other mechanisms, flowing waterways, wind, and us. We're pretty good at tearing things up. Keep going. Now remember, the guy that made this presentation was an engineering geologist. He cared a lot about this stuff. Where was he? You know, what type of things were going on in the area? He has to do consultation as an engineering geologist, and how we can, if you have an exposed pipeline or a failed control structure, somebody's got to fix it and pay for it. So he got paid as a geologist to factor in the engineering and geology side of things together to provide solutions. So how we could not go through this. Deposition, not much to say here, except that if you think sort of the general model of mountains down to the coast, things can occur up in the mountains as things erode and weather, and all of that sediment or rock that gets broken up gets transported by wind, by water, and it ends up down at the Gulf of Mexico. The further it goes, or the longer it takes to get, then you're gonna erode certain things first, and then the ones that are the hardiest or the strongest minerals, they survive all the way down to the delta. Alluvial streams, some different definitions. Braided stream, we see lots of meandering streams all across this part of Texas. Trinity River, Brazos River, they all meander back and forth. Braided streams, you see this when you get up away from the coast, especially when you get a little bit of topography. Go ahead.
What does it stop it from meandering?
Sorry, yes. What's the question?
Well, sort of, until it floods and takes out the levee. Think of Hurricane Katrina.
Would you repeat that question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got to, yeah, so the question is, can the levee stop the meandering? And so a levee can restrict things until the floods get out of control, and you can actually lose a levee like you did at Hurricane Katrina when they lost a levee and it flooded a significant part of eastern New Orleans.
It's fair to say that's what the levee's supposed to do. Yes. Is stop the meandering.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and actually, it's not really meant to stop meandering, it's meant to stop flooding.
Yeah.
That's probably a better way to say it, because the river, you know, there's different forces that cause a river to meander anyway. But once it's established, if you're trying to keep it from doing something, you can do that up to a point. And I'll show you what happens when the meander floods. So he's got 4 slides up here saying, as an engineering geologist, a river can be a transportation boundary, a political boundary between states, or it can be a natural resource. I'm not sure why I put natural resource with like a car floating down. But I didn't do that, but I like to show the way Chris used things because it was his chapter. He wrote it. So. And as we know, water can be a significant destructive mechanism. Nothing stops water. So keep going, Lisa. Meandering river. All right, so now we have a river. Moderate gradient.
Keep going.
Keep going. I don't want to get into things that I don't think they'd be too interested in. Keep going.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I was just wondering, so you were saying, so meandering is always happening?
Yes.
Essentially. So is that how oxbows get formed? Is it meanders to the
I'm
point where it
you.
just cuts off the curve? Or? Okay.
You saw the presentation already.
No, I work in the parks department. We've got a couple of oxbows, and I was always wondering how they got formed.
I'm going to show you exactly, because that's actually, I think, worth showing everybody. So sooner or later, as this river goes, so you get a river channel, and if it's going along this way, the outside of the channel actually is where the highest velocity of the water goes. You get into hydrology and geomorphology stuff. And the inside, the current slows down, and that's when sediments drop out. You get, you know, if you've got a bunch of sand in the river, that's when you go around a turn. That's why there's sandbars on the inside, not on the outside of the turn.
That's what we're seeing with the white.
Yes. Correct? Yeah, those are called point bars. And if you're a oil and gas geologist, and you get a lot of these sedimentary stacks of layers where the rivers meandered, Mississippi River meandered over wide swaths of territory over millions of years. oil and gas can get trapped in that sand. And so you're actually trying to drill to them to produce it. So think of the Mississippi River. I grew up in West Tennessee. So from sort of Little Rock all the way over to Jackson, Tennessee, all of that land is basically over flooded Mississippi River over millions of years. It's the richest land in the United States. Rich soil, it's been there deposited forever. And that's because that river meanders back and forth. Doesn't anymore because people built up next to the river and the government decided we're going to stop it from doing that. And you can do that up to a point. Keep going. So floodplain swamp, remember, high energy or low energy?
Low.
Low, right? Low, casual. I love wetlands. I'm a wetlands guy. I think I wore my official green t-shirt that says, what kind of naturalist are you? And I'm a wetlander kind of guy. It's on the back. I can't show you. But this is the part of Texas I like. That's why I like Lake Livingston. And most of Lake Livingston, say the upper 40%, is going to end up being a wetlands because that reservoir has a lifespan of 100 years. It's already 50 years old and it's silting up. Remember, you now are expert geologists. You know about sedimentation and deposition. That's going to fill up. That's a water source for the city of Houston. Sooner or later, it's going to fill up and it provides, I think Houston owns 90% of the water rights for Lake Livingston. And sooner or later, 50 years from now, it's not going to hold as much water. That's engineering geology also. When you start thinking in those terms, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to manage it? That's the right word. Keep going. Meandering river. This is some of Chris's slides that I like. So what happens when you get this and the river's doing this thing and it's cutting and eroding the banks and redepositing sediments as it migrates along? Sooner or later, some flood's going to overflow right there. Just like, keep going. And when it does, it's going to take all that mass of water velocity, and when it does that cut, it's going to hang a right. And that outer bend is going to get abandoned and go to the next one, Lisa. And sooner or later, one more. Yeah. Water settles out, the clay in the water plugs up that hole. There's an example of that right next door to us right here. There used to be a Boy Scout camp that they've now made into a neighborhood. Camp Straight. It's right here north of Conroe. And yeah. Yeah, my kids went to Boy Scout camp there many times. And so that water body that's in there, that's chock full of alligators, is an abandoned arm of the San Jacinto River. Same thing happened. It's an Oxbow Lake. And where I come from in West Tennessee, there's lots of Oxbow lakes littered up and down from Illinois and Chicago all the way down where these things get abandoned. People fish them, use them as reservoirs, use them as recreation, do lots of things. Aeolian, anybody know what that term means? Wind deposited sediment. So you can actually, there are sand dunes in Texas. It's not just, you can go to Colorado and go to Great Sand Dunes National Monument. You can get wind that can take sand and pile it up against something just because all the environmental conditions are right. And these are usually fairly clean. They're considered to be well sorted. There's lots of sand. They're really neat. But wind can be a deposition mechanism just like water can. That's the message here. We have deltas in Texas. So this is, once again, you've got sort of the concept of the processes and the weathering, the types of rocks, the geology of Texas. We know where the rivers run. We have deltas all up and down the coast, whether Brazos River, the Sabine River, the Trinity River. Keep going, Lisa. We have carbonates along our coastline. Keep going. We have a wonderful thing called barrier islands, and behind those barrier islands that are not formed by plastic limestone, as far as I know. I think they're all sedimentary deposited. They're not like limestone coral reefs, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm this, but I thought it was all the prevailing sediment that comes out of the Mississippi River as it flows down the coast. And it builds up all these barrier islands in it, and they migrate and they build and ebb and flow, and they taper off down toward the southwest, just like this one does. And behind there, you have lagoons, you have shallow water, rich in wildlife, rich in all kinds of stuff. Keep going. We have tons of wetlands that barrier islands are what else do they do as a function for us as humans? If you have a hurricane, it protects you from storm surge. It protects you from a lot of things that come off the Gulf of Mexico. And so they're important things. Keep going. This is the one that I couldn't think of when I told you statistics. I couldn't remember. In Louisiana, 3 million acres of wetlands, 75 kilometers are lost every year. If you want to know about climate change, Louisiana already has a climate change plan, and they're evacuating people along South Louisiana below Morgan City and relocating them due to rising sea level and loss of land. The fact. We have salt domes. Have you ever heard of salt domes? We have them all over Texas. The Gulf of Mexico is underlain by a huge salt body called the Luan salt. And as all the sediments from all the erosion comes off into the Gulf and all these rivers that we have, and they pile on top of each other over millions of years, some of them will push up because it's plastic and you get salt domes. Some reach the surface, most don't, but it traps oil along the side. And you drill for that in the oil and gas industry. Go ahead. And then here's our barrier islands, which are very characteristic. And I've got, keep going, Lisa. One more. Yeah, this one right here. So here's Matagorda Island. Next to last slide, Aransas National Wildlife Refuge. This is a slide that I put in as sort of an endpoint. Why are barrier islands really neat? Because they protect all of these things, and that's Master Naturalist 101. I've never been to that refuge. I've heard it's unbelievably rich and diverse. And
which refuge is that?
that's Aransas National Wildlife Refuge.
Okay.
Where's that at?
Well, it's north of Lockport.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of the things you're going to see, when you see presentations on reptiles and you see presentations on birds, you had a really great birding presentation that's done by Corinne, who's an ex-president of Heartwood. He's a big-time birding guy, and half the time I see birds fly across and I'm like, what the hell is that? And he's like, oh, that's this and this, and it's migrating, and he knows all this stuff. And so all of this area that's formed by a geologic process that's protected is a lot of stuff we're trying to preserve and that we're interested in. So that's our story.
Can you go back 2 slides?
No. Oh.
Yeah, what's that?
Which
forward one? Yeah, that one.
This one?
No, that. You jumped past that one. I was interested in a lagoon, and I thought I'd seen another title for something that's kind of in between the same. And, yeah.
Well, yeah. The characteristic of a barrier island is that between it and the mainland is a lagoon.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I mean, you see people that'll wade fish back in the back of it. So the barrier island's got one characteristic, and so you can wade fish on that side with the sandbars that form parallel with the coast. And on the back side, it'll be real marshy, and there'll be lots of more.
So the lagoons is what we also call our bays. The bay.
Not always. So, for instance, Trinity Bay is a bay, and that's where the Trinity River drains into, and it goes to the Gulf of Mexico. The barrier island is Galveston Island. And so Galveston Island and Trinity Bay are sort of right next to each other. Mm-hmm. The island forms here, and then Bolivar Peninsula above it is the same thing. They're talking.
Yeah. While you're talking, can we look at the map?
Which map?
The second to last slide.
The second to last slide.
That was south of us.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so you see these islands that form, so lagoons like Aransas Bay, that's a bay that comes up here. The lagoon part would probably be between the refuge and the island. And so it's a physical feature that also enables lots of diverse wildlife and things that happen, right?
So the bays are formed when the river comes into the Gulf.
Yeah.
And the lagoons are formed between
the barrier islands and the coastline. And the barrier islands are not, you know, there's barrier islands along the east coast of the United States, but you don't see many. I don't think Florida doesn't have many that I'm aware of. You know, it's a different environment, different. Remember, there could be tide. What could stop a barrier island? Strong tidal forces going in and out, for instance. A lot of wind and wave action, but our wind and wave action can both increase deposition along a barrier island, or it can erode it away. So you'll see like an existing barrier island, and they've got rocks and everything. They're trying to, the engineering geologist is trying to help the community keep it from eroding away, because it's a feature and a tourist attraction, and people live there and they're trying to maintain it. They're talking about building a barrier between Bolivar and Galveston Island and close it up like the Dutch do, and open it up for sea traffic and close it up when a hurricane approaches. And so that's a multi-billion-dollar project that they've been doing studies on. I've read the study once, it's like 9 million pages long. But it will have an impact on wildlife in the lagoonal part.
So like get rid of the ferry?
I don't think it gets rid of it. What it does is it prevents a hurricane storm surge from rolling up the ship channel into Houston and destroying the largest refining complex in the United States.
Okay, so in ordinary weather, it'd be open.
Yes. And when a hurricane comes, it has a 20 or 30 foot storm surge that would go in and take out all that stuff along the ship channel. You could cripple the U.S. infrastructure.
You know, I never really got or understood the whole reasoning of filling in rollover packs. You familiar with rollover packs down here in Bolivar where they filled that all in?
No.
I didn't know they filled it in.
Yeah, it's completely filled in now.
I have no idea why they do that.
Because the tides were getting so, because they cut off fishing, because the tide was getting so strong, it was literally pulling people into the bay. I just assumed it was because of that, but I could be wrong.
I've seen them, I mean, they've been pulling people into the bay for years. Ever since I lived here, people have waded out too deep and underestimate the strength of the current when the tide flows in and out, and they get sucked in, and then they don't go with the flow, they'll fight against it and then get tired.
I know a lot of people were talking about the effects that it was going to have on everything back in that bay because that water was no longer coming in and out.
It absolutely will. It'll destroy a lot.
Yeah, right. And so I was hearing all that side of the talk, but I never actually heard whoever filled it in, like their point of why they did that.
Yeah, I don't know. Not a clue. I just know that if they do build this structure to protect the refining infrastructure in East Houston, it'll have a huge impact, but they're trying to do everything they can with every entity I can think of to protect all that environment behind Galveston Island.
I have questions from Martin.
Okay.
In the chat, Galveston is a barrier island.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A comment was Marie Thorpe was the geologist.
Thank you.
That was from someone in chat. Someone really, really did like that animation of the plate tectonics.
Yes.
I had never seen that before.
I love that.
That was
great. He has a whole
that is
hundreds, thousands of them. That's that guy's whole career. Yeah. I have them all. Well, I don't have them all. I have a bunch.
It's amazing to see them wander because you picture them just being static as Pangea and then just sliding across. Yeah. But they wandered all over the place. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason Antarctica has fossilized swamp, ferny type plants.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
It didn't happen down there.
The neat thing too.
You should actually watch the movie at the Science Museum downtown about the dinosaurs in Antarctica, and it talks all about the environment of Antarctica and how it was tropical, and it's really neat.
It's really great. Yeah.
So speaking of other resources, someone recommended that we read Roadside Geology of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one. Yeah. Okay. And someone asked if you have pictures of the plants several years on from Lake Livingston and how well they've done. And I know you have some.
You want me to show them now?
What we can do is if you can find them and then we can show them, but I'd suggest we take like a little break, right?
Why don't I just put them up and say, here are the plants while everybody's on a break?
Perfect.
How about that?
Perfect.
Because yeah, we got it, that Bearcat Camp, y'all asked about that. That's now a half a mile of water wells.
Right. So I recommend that people go to the New College has a YouTube channel, is that correct? And they do have other videos about the Ellis unit. If you Google Ellis unit horticulture, you can find more videos like the one that Scott showed earlier about their project.
Oh, the videos are on the Friends of Lake Living friendsoflakelivingston.com website under news. And
Oh,
there's
okay.
if you click on news, the tab says video. All of those videos are there.
Oh,
And then
okay.
Lee College has tons of TDCJ presentations on debate teams. Lots of
on all their
things. It's
other things.
Not just horticulture.
Right. So to narrow it down, friendsoflakelivingston.com or .org?
I wrote it on the board.
.com, he did write it on the board. The next planning is on May 20th.
Is there a link to the plate tectonics?
To the SCOTES thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, if you just Google his name.
How do you spell it?
Yeah, SCOTESE. SCOTESE. He actually has his own YouTube thing.
Oh, okay.
And it's, I mean, just literally hundreds of them. You know, the last 150 million years. So, you know, here's India booking it. You know, yeah, I mean, it's seriously, India moved it like 3 times faster than all the other continents.
India went all over the place. No, I thought it'd be neat to show my kids.
Oh, it's very cool.
Yeah. Well, I have all the Mesozoic maps up all over my hallway right now because we're doing that. And
Yeah.
I would like to actually show them in action so they can see how they
He
move.
has simple ones.
Because we've been doing a lot of
and they're all
comparisons.
set to different music too.
Oh, cool. Okay.
How long a break, Lisa? We're at 9:30 now. You want to do 15 minutes?
That'd be great.
15 minutes, guys. 15-minute break. We'll see you next time. And then make sure that we have it in this day. You think it's official now. I was sure, but I wanted to make sure that I was playing and giving something to you know, so I want to make sure that it's.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen that before.
Good job, guys. That was wonderful stuff. Thank you.
And then it's got it has 3 people and it goes voices.
Next time that you did, just call it in.
Streaming is
Yeah,
we can't
that's right.
Well, that'd be so cool.
So that would be perfect, just put in the center.
Next time
Do you have anything where you have stuff in the
Yeah.
I just found
Maybe I did.
That's great. Yeah, we have the maps. We even have members that do like bowl or and then they have a satellite one, that was on the ocean. And so they had that one and then they also.
There it is, guys. There's the picture. Bobby, is showing it on your camera?
What's that?
Is showing this on your camera?
Oh, hold on.
no, I just shared the screen.
Okay, share the screen, so it's good.
Okay, so you can build them
Little
up to
tiny
really
plants
tall,
become really big
massive
plants.
landscapes, put a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's showing, it has July 20,
Perfect.
SHSU. Is it spinning or is it just sitting there?
It's just that.
No, it's just sitting.
That's all they wanted to see what it looked like after it had been replaced.
Have something helping you out. And so now he's trying to do, I mean, it's forever.
I've always wanted to join somebody's D&D group, but it's like whenever I bump into somebody who plays D&D, they're like, yeah, we're in the middle of the campaign, sorry.
Well, I joined in, you
Join by.
can join in the middle.
Oh,
You can, the table will end up crowded, but you can.
I'll just bring a small chair.
We have 6 people right now.
See, Dwayne ran, it started with 4, which they got up to 11. And so we had 3 of the.
It was estuary.
It is, yeah.
Talking about. I was always confused, what's a lagoon versus an estuary versus a bay versus a, it almost like they all look the
It's
same.
not too late to join those. We haven't.
Or to an engineer, they all look.
Yeah.
Water, land, water,
Okay.
land. And that middle thing is all kinds of.
Yeah, and some of it's semantic.
And it took her,
But I know my
text
partner
is
was
till yesterday.
Yeah.
So get back to me. So text is better. Text is better.
But that's the
Like I said,
problem. She gives me.
She gave me everything.
But I'm a
Yeah, I don't know. She must for the initial setup, and then you can change. She must set you up one so that you can log in initially, and then you can set it.
She said I could change it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So are you?
Because she has reset mine.
I can't log in, and they're telling me that Melissa gives you the initial password.
Get with me after and I can change your password to something innocuous like password one.
I don't.
You might join mine. Mine was already.
Well, she can hook you up.
You can do Melissa's job.
So,
I can.
And then just make sure you save it on your computer so you never have to remember it again.
Mine is an ultra short.
He's gonna think it's a video. Oh God, if I could just get my TV going.
Yeah, I live in a really rural area, so I use my phone as a hotspot.
Oh, wow.
And I was toying with the idea, and apparently, even one of my people on my street built their own tower, you know, with razor wireless, and even it's marginal.
It's under gas station.
And when I pulled this up, because I got a 5G phone, and so I'm getting all the little bars, and I use this, and they're getting one.
They were like,
And I'm like, okay, I think I'm just gonna buy another phone. That
it's specific.
And just totally dedicate, because this is a pay by the month thing.
You can buy hotspots like that.
Well, I have that. I'll try to get my iPhone.
Yeah.
And,
Because it is,
I like it.
it starts off
So,
very mainstream, just
anyway,
go around like stuff.
Yeah,
And
make sure I
then right
can.
at the end of chapter
I mean, I'm
is when you find out
out,
things
but,
are right.
Yeah.
And then it just gets.
My parents have satellite in the college.
Yeah, I don't even watch television. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where it's well, that's the only one that uses the screen.
Also, very
He's got
plans. And in the park, we just go out and catch the plants and then relocate them to the farm.
He's so cute. Matthew.
Hello, Matthew March, County Extension Agent with Volcano.
Is this the next?
This is the next thing. Okay, Lisa, for everybody at home, let me make sure our video is on. I would like for you to explain what we explained about the classes. Hold on. Let me make sure that we're up and ready. Okay. Because I want to make sure we've got sound. Good. You were up. Okay, over there.
Stand in front of the L.
Stand in front of the L.
Oh, when it's on, you can see its little eyes.
You want
That
to
way they call it.
Okay, back up just 2 inches. Perfect. Go for it, darling. It's
It's me. Okay, so during the break, some questions came up about how do you make up a class if you miss it? Okay, so right after class, Carolyn posts them to
our YouTube channel.
Our
Heartwood
YouTube.
TNN.
It's called what?
Heartwood TNN. And you just go to
.org.
YouTube and click that in. You just go to YouTube and search for Heartwood TNN.
Oh, okay. So you go to YouTube and search for Heartwood TMN, and then that pulls up our YouTubes. And Carolyn posts our classes that Zoom has filmed, videoed, recorded. Thank you very much. This is why I'm not in charge of IT, just saying. But anyway, so Carolyn puts those up right after the class. And so if you miss a class, then you can go there, click on that, and then watch it. Now, the state Texas Master Naturalist Organization now has a requirement for participating in a live Q&A. So how we're going to address that is that the last 10 minutes of every class, we're going to do question and answers about the class before. And so, like I'll say, or at the end of the class today, we'll say, does anyone have any questions about the class from last week? And if you do, great, ask them. Or say, no, I don't have any questions because I already watched it and all my questions were answered. But anyway, so that'll take care of that. So then for the next class on the 30th, if this is your first opportunity since the first or the second one, what we'll say is, okay, does anyone have any questions about the second class? And you may say, no, I don't have any questions about that one, but I did about the first one, and a VMS question, and then Melissa can say, oh, I'll get with you separately from that. But anyway, the last 10 minutes of every class is going to be our Q&A for everything. Fair enough?
Cool. So if we miss a class, we can make it up by watching it
Yes,
on
ma'am.
YouTube.
Yes, you can make it up by watching it on YouTube, and we're going to take care of the Q&A requirement by doing it all together.
So then whenever you enter the hours for that class, do you put on there that you watched it on YouTube?
See Medicare?
I don't think it's Medicare.
Yeah,
I don't care.
And I think and this is the additional part is, and one of the things we were talking about is that the hours that you record for watching are the hours that you see on your syllabus.
Right. So if your syllabus says 4 hours for that class, then you count 4 hours, even if it only really took 3.5. If your syllabus says 4 and it took 4.5, you record 4.5. So you record the larger number, either the number that's written or the number that really happened.
Those hours are on the calendar too. Like if you don't have the syllabus like printed out, you can go to the calendar under interest.
Yes.
And like for every date it says it, right?
Yes. Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
You can go to the calendar that's online on heartwoodtmn.org.
Yeah.
Something. Whatever.
But close. You can tell she doesn't go to the calendar. And she would know this. It's TXMN for TexasMasterNaturalist.org/Heartwood.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Right. And then you just click on there's a little tab across the top that says calendar. You can go to the calendar. One of the neat things about the calendar is across the very top of the calendar, you can just click on intern classes.
Yes.
When you click on that and then change view to list, it's just the classes listed. But then again, the syllabus is always on our website. If you go under prospective students, it says, here's an example of the syllabus. It's our real syllabus. I keep it up to date when we change venues. I keep the calendar up to date when we change venues. All of those things stay up to date. I don't want anybody confused.
Right.
Right?
And I already announced to everybody at the beginning that we're going to have a change of venue, right? But
Yes, you did.
I did.
You
Okay.
did. And it looks amazing.
It is.
I wasn't here for that. What's our change of venue?
Instead of it being at the Huntsville Library next time, it's going to be at the Walker Education Center, which is way better. I mean, the library is cool, but this is superior. This is superior. It's a really, really nice venue. And it's on the grounds like it's several acres, I guess. But anyway, the Sam Houston Museum is up here on Sam Houston Avenue, and then 19th Street. The avenues go one way and the streets go the other. 19th Street at the other end, like at Avenue M and 19th, is the Walker County Education Center. But that's all one contiguous piece of property. And in between there, they have, the duck pond, and then a mock-up of a farm from then. You've got Sam Houston's shipboat. I can't remember what they call it. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it on Google Maps.
Google Maps.
Okay,
there you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But it's a really, really nice venue, and I'm going to send that out to y'all.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm also going to send you some different things to do around Huntsville. So like if you want to walk around the grounds and go feed the ducks, or whatever, and bring your lunch and just walk around there, or stop off at Huntsville State Park. For those who live south of Huntsville, you want to stop off at Huntsville State Park on your way home. I'm going to talk to Ranger John, make sure he's going to be there, and you might just stop off and he can tell you some volunteer opportunities. Or maybe you just want to go home and just chill, whatever you want to do. But I want to give you some options for different things that you can do around Huntsville. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about like the double dipping. Would you like me to wait till the end and ask that in the questions time?
No, we can do that now. Double dipping.
So I just want to make sure I'm doing right. So say like you volunteered for like, the Woodlands Green or like Lake Livingston. So you can report those on your volunteer hours. When does it start to do double dipping? Like when is it, whenever?
Double dipping occurs when like two organizations both get funding from the state.
And we're gonna, you're gonna flag that, like we'll know that we're doing it, right? Like, so if I'm like going to like the Woodlands Green, like storm drain thing, later, I can count that as master naturalist hours.
Yes,
That's not.
yeah, you can count that as master naturalist. Okay, so like if I were doing something that at Huntsville State Park.
Okay.
Okay, I can count my hours as a master naturalist, and the master naturalist will get funded by that.
Okay.
Or if I want to count my hours for Huntsville State Park as a volunteer there, I can't count it here, but Huntsville State Park will get funding for it.
So like Friends of Texas Wildlife, right? They get funding too, right? No.
I think they're a private organization.
They are a private organization. They
Yeah, like the Native Plant Society is a private organization.
Okay.
So you can, but they don't count hours, but still, you know, you could do stuff there. And it's a partner with the Heartwood chapter, so you can absolutely count it here, and then Heartwood or the TMN will get funding for it.
But then, just if you're unclear, just write Melissa.
Yes,
Just write
there you go.
Melissa.
That's the short answer.
Well, no, is it fair to say that if we only tell one organization that we volunteered, that the other one?
Oh yeah, they'll never know.
Can't possibly be double.
You can't be double dipping if I'm a master naturalist and a master gardener. If they were both participating in a project, I couldn't count it both places.
Yeah, but you would only tell one, and then it's.
Yeah, and then I don't even have to worry about the other. Yeah, just report it once.
Yeah, I guess I was just making sure, because like sometimes I sign up for things and I want to make sure that's not like they're counting.
No.
And okay.
No, you're good. Okay.
Yes, double dipping is more like I work for Harris County Precinct 2 Parks Department. If we were doing a service project leading it in Jones, I couldn't count that as Texas Master Naturalist because I'm getting paid for by the county to do that work.
Well, you're a unique case because you're an employee.
All right.
Yeah, so that's different from the funding that both of them get from the state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but as an employee, no,
Exactly.
if you're getting paid there, you couldn't count it.
Because
If
it's not
you're
technically volunteer.
right, if you're coming in as a volunteer on your off day,
Okay.
you can count it.
I'll just tell my boss to take me off the clock for like an hour.
Yeah.
There you
And you know, some people do, like if they're working for a BLC or something, they'll count their first 40 hours. So they get certified and they get the cool pin for the year.
Yeah.
And then everything after that, they might record at BLC.
Yeah, which is very likely, I'm going to do something like that with Huntsville State Park.
Okay.
Because I think they need it.
Well, my other question was, you said we could meet Ranger John at Huntsville State Park. Does he work in the education center as well?
In the nature center?
In the nature
center, yes.
He does a big cool part.
Yeah. And what I'm going to do for that day, well, I need to make sure. I mean, he's taking the courses this semester too.
Okay.
But he's at prison because he works on Saturdays.
Okay.
And so he's going to prison to get his classes. And we have one other guy doing that too. But he's essentially one of y'all's fellow inmates. No. Interns, the other end. Sorry about that. Okay.
Let's start it again. She got so confused.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna quit now. But if anybody has any questions, just holler. Okay.
So we are ready to start this week.
Hi, and today I'm going to be covering Texas ecoregions.
Yeah, she just texted.
And I think this is a really interesting topic because I think Texas has a lot of unique habitats and environments, and being such a big state, we really have a lot of things, I guess you could say, to brag about all our unique ecoregions you can find throughout the state. So with that being said, I want to start off talking about what is an ecoregion as far as definition. So I'm not going to read through this, but on this slide, you can see a variety of different definitions I pulled off the internet of what an ecoregion is. So when you look through them, you kind of see similar trends. They all kind of describe an area with similar characteristics. So, depending on your source or what you're looking at, it's going to kind of drive what drives an ecoregion. So kind of like if you're from a geologist standpoint, a geologist might group together similar areas with similar soils or rocks or geographical features. And compared that to a botanist is going to define ecoregions more based off of plant life or plant communities, similar plant communities. So, but in the end, basically an ecoregion is an area of like things or similar things, whether that be soils, habitat, plants, animals, even sometimes you consider weather and climate and stuff like that. So when you look at what the drivers of an ecoregion is, there's two main things, temperature and precipitation, and we're going to come back to that in a minute. But there's other drivers of ecoregions. You think different soils are going to grow different types of plants, which are going to support different animals. Hydrology, water, is there, you could think of, an area that has a lot of springs is going to have kind of a spring ecoregion type habitat. Geography obviously plays a huge effect, mountains and deserts. Altitude, something you don't think of a lot here in Texas, but as you go, if you're in a mountainous environment, you're going to have different ecoregions at the, in the valley compared to at the top of the mountain where you might have 10,000 feet different elevation. And then macroclimates and oceans. So when we're kind of talking about that, we're kind of talking about, oceans can play a huge effect on the weather, which is going to create large macroclimate areas. Areas next to an ocean tend to be warmer and have more moisture for the most part. So back to temperature and precipitation. These are kind of, in this presentation, are going to be the two main drivers of ecoregions in Texas that I'm going to talk about. These other drivers do affect ecoregions in Texas, and you'll see as the next couple slides, but temperature and precipitation have a huge impact on the plant life, what can grow, and then what animals we have, and then, the ecoregions are that define our ecoregions in Texas. And of course, I'm a wildlife person. I'm a plant, from a wildlife management, habitat management background. So I'm focusing a lot on temperature and precipitation because that's, again, going to affect what kind of plants grow and what kind of wildlife we have. So first thing first, so like I said, precipitation has a huge gradient here in Texas, and you're going to hear me harp on this probably way more than I can count in this presentation. But as you go east to west across Texas, you can see the precipitation gets considerably less. So we go from around 60 inches here in deep southeast Texas, Newton, Beaumont, Jasper County area. Compare that out to El Paso, where it can be less than 10 or 8 inches of rain a year. So obviously that's going to have a huge impact on what plants grow in the landscape in our ecoregions. On the flip side, you don't think of this as much, but Texas also has a huge temperature gradient from north to south. Just like Texas is, I think roughly 900 miles west to east. So it's longer north to south. I think it's even closer to 950 or something around there. So when you compare up here in the Panhandle, and this is a USDA hardiness zone map. So basically what this map is telling us is this is the minimum. Your plants should be able to survive down to these temperatures in the wintertime, because you can reasonably expect at some point, maybe not every winter, but that you'll see temperatures down to whatever they're colored on the map. So as you can see, when we're up here in the Panhandle, in what they call zone 6A, which really means nothing for this presentation, but in the far northern reaches of the Panhandle, you can see temperatures in the winter down to as low as -10 degrees. Compare that down to the valley in deep South Texas, where you can have temperatures that sometimes don't even get to freezing. So, I mean, you're lucky if you have temperatures down to below 30 degrees during the wintertime in the valley. So obviously that's going to have a huge impact on what plants grow, and again, what animals we have, and that's going to define kind of our ecoregions across the state. So when you go up in the northern regions of the state, you have more of a very temperate type climate, where you have a large difference between summer and winter and fall and spring in the seasons. Compare that down to the southern half, the southern third of Texas, I guess you could say, where you have a more tropical, and even when you get down into especially you get almost subtropical or tropical type climates down in the valley or deep South Texas, where it hardly freezes. So, you know, I asked at this point in the presentation, what do y'all think Texas is? You know, Texas is a big state, and we like to brag that Texas is kind of like its own other country. So, what is Texas? So, do you think Texas is a northern state, midwestern state, western state, southern state, southeast state? And, you know, when you really think about that, you know, I suspect a lot of y'all would probably say southern or southeast state. And I think that has a lot to do with the location we are in Texas. We have a lot more here, you know, in East Texas, similar to the southern and southeastern United States. But if you ask the same person out, you know, maybe in Amarillo or Midland, they might say more of a western state or a plain state. So when I say what is Texas, well, Texas really is like no other state, because we're so large for one thing, but we have so many different ecoregions that we really don't fit the mold as either a western state or a mountain state or a southern state or a plain state. And so with that being said, I'm going to talk about biomes here for a minute, because we're going to continue on that Texas kind of sits in kind of across an area. Texas kind of sits in an area where we have a lot of different, due to the large temperature gradient and precipitation gradient, and then where we're at in the continent, we have a lot of different biomes come together, which create a lot of different ecoregions. So this is a map of the biomes of the world. And if you don't know what a biome is basically a very broad scale that ecologists and scientists use to define an area of similar climate, similar kind of plants and animals, similar that looks similar. It's kind of like if you take an ecoregion but just soup it up even bigger. So a good example of this would be the Arctic tundra. So, you know, we have Arctic tundra in North America, but we also have Arctic tundra, you know, in Eurasia. Same thing with tropical rainforest. We have tropical rainforest on South America, Africa, and the Asian continent. So when you look at Texas over here, I kind of want y'all to just focus on Texas and kind of the North America in the lower 48 in particular. You can see we have about 1, 2, 3, 4. We have about 5 different biomes in Texas alone. That's pretty incredible when you consider one state has its own biome. I mean, I'll just go over here to Egypt. You know, they got 3 different colors. So they have 3 different biomes in Egypt, which is, you know, decent sized country, and Texas has 5. So, and then when you look at, you know, the rest of the United States, there's really no other states that really have that many biomes. So, and I'll just touch on the biomes real quick. The green ones are the green biomes is your temperate forest. So that'd be the forest we have in the eastern part of the state. You then get subtropical type habitats along the coast down to South Texas. Then you get some grasslands and deserts in the middle part of the state. And then the blue coming down in the far west Texas is your montane forest, which is basically the term we use for coniferous or pine forests up in high mountains or altitudes. So here's just another map, different source, but very similar to the one before, but just zoomed into North America alone. And again, you can see Texas has they define the biomes a little bit different than the map before, but you can see we have deserts, we have grasslands, we have forest, and evergreen and deciduous forest. And you can see, again, we have almost all the biomes in the lower 48 except for the chaparral that you see out in California. It's kind of like a Mediterranean type climate, in the Pacific coastal forest that you see in the Pacific Northwest. So again, what is Texas? Well, Texas is really like no other state, because we have most of the major biomes in North America, except, like I said, the chaparral, the coastal forest, and then also obviously we don't have the true tropical biomes that you'd see, or tropical ecoregions that you'd see down like in Panama and Central America, and then obviously like the Arctic and the boreal forest that you'd see up in Canada. So Texas is its own other country because we got deciduous forests, grasslands, deserts, and montane forests. So I think that's pretty exciting in my personal opinion. And you'll see this as we go through the rest of this presentation, how these different biomes show up in our different ecoregions. So again, we've got hark back to precipitation and temperatures. As we go through the rest of this presentation, I want y'all to again notice the general trends. As we go from east to west, we get drier, so we go from pine forest to deciduous forest. And basically, why we lose the pine forest when you go further west out of East Texas is because it gets too dry and just the hardier oak trees can survive. So that's when we have our deciduous forest. Then we go to tall grass prairie, then mid-grass prairie, then short grass prairie, and then desert. So basically the difference between tall grass, mid-grass, and short grass prairie is the amount of precipitation and how much grass growth can get, and then somewhat your species. So in a tall grass prairie, you're going to have grass up to 24 to 36 inches of height. Mid-grass is going to be anywhere between about 8 to 16, 12 inches, somewhere in there. And then short grass prairie is really, really short. That's what I'm talking about. You don't get pretty arid climate, and you might be lucky if you get 4 to 6 inches of grass growth a year in your native prairie habitats. So east to west, we have that precipitation gradient. And then when you go north to south, again, you'll see maybe not so much animals, but you'll see plants that are more adapted to sub-freezing temperatures up in the northern half of Texas compared to down in the southern parts of Texas where you have a lot of tropical flora and fauna. So now let's talk about ecoregions specifically. This is a map called Gold's Ecoregions of Texas. Some of y'all might have seen this before. This is kind of the standard, I guess you could say, that a lot of sources use. You can see I got this from Parks and Wildlife, that they use to define ecoregions of Texas. And I think there's 11 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 ecoregions. Yeah, 10 Gold's ecoregions has 10, which is pretty good. This is a good one to go on. But I actually like, when I'm doing this presentation and talking to people about ecoregions of Texas, I actually like to use this one, and you can see the link up there on the top. Excuse me. This is a map that the EPA created, and I'll go into that in a minute. But the first thing I want y'all to talk about or look at is, if you look at the black lines, the outline really follows the Gold's map before this, so the general trends are the same. But the reason why I like this one is you can see there's a lot more colors. It goes into a lot more detail. And so, like I said, the Environmental Protection Agency created these maps, I think, for all the states a while back already. I guess I see 08 up here in the link, so I guess probably back in the early 2000s. But I think it's very accurate. The complete report's pretty neat to read through if you're interested in stuff like me. It's about 100, 200 pages, and it talks about each. So what they did was they have level 3 ecoregions, I believe. I could be wrong on that number-wise exactly, but that's where we have our black outline that really follows the Gold's ecoregion before this. So you know, here we'll use East Texas for example. We have the piney woods, which would be kind of this black outline, but they go a little bit further in depth than Gold, because you can see they have these level 4 kind of like sub-ecoregions within the broader ecoregion, which I think is important for y'all as master naturalists or anybody trying to really study the ecoregions of Texas, because when you just think of the piney woods, our piney woods are different in Texarkana than they are down in Livingston or in Conroe per se. We have a lot of the similar species, but our makeup of our forests are a little bit different. You get a lot more rainfall in the southern half. You have a little bit different composition of plants and animals. And this map breaks that down really well for across the state. Now, I think there's about 60 or so different level 4 kind of sub-ecoregions. Obviously, for today, we can't go into all that detail. So we're going to talk about a few of this kind of level 4 ecoregions. But I just wanted to show y'all this is kind of what I'm basing this talk off of today. So now for what I call the fun part of this presentation, where we're going to take a road trip across Texas. So for our road trip, we're going to go through each of these ecoregions. We're going to go from east to west, basically, so you'll see that temperature gradient, or precipitation gradient, I mean. But each ecoregion, we're going to talk real briefly about some general characteristics, land use, which I think is important because a lot of Texas is altered, as y'all probably know, as master naturalist trainees at this point. So it's important to understand that really the way our ecoregions look now isn't the true way Texas originally looked. Talk about a few special characteristics. Then we're going to briefly touch on the sub-ecoregions. Like I said, we're not going to go into detail in them. I am going to point out a few of them because they're important when I think we're talking about Texas ecoregions. Then we're going to talk about, which just kind of show pictures of the landscape and geography and talk about it, and then the plants and animals. So again, we're going to start east to west. So we're going to start off with what the official name would be the South Central Plains. It's what we call the piney woods. Basically, when you look at the piney woods, it's the extension of that southern pine belt that stretches across the southern United States through Louisiana, Mississippi, up through basically Virginia. We're the far western edge of that before we lose enough precipitation drops off enough that we no longer have pine trees. Generally, we're kind of rolling to level, kind of have some hills here in the piney woods. One thing that's unique about the piney woods is we have very sandy and acidic soil, which isn't true for most of Texas. Actually has the complete opposite of that, or at least the acidic part. A lot of Texas has alkaline soil. So think about a lot of Texas has limestone and rocks. That makes the soil alkaline instead of acidic. So the piney woods are kind of unique that we have very acidic soil. We also have a lot of sandy soil. Most of our region is forest land. That kind of goes without saying if you spent any time in the piney woods. We do have some cropland. Most of that's up around the Red River Valley in the northeast Texas. So what did this piney woods look like originally? Really was historically pine and hardwood forest, but on the uplands, our pine forests don't really look like they look today. They were more of a pine savanna maintained by a fire. And so you had an open canopy where you had a lot of sunlight come down, you had a lot of grass undergrowth, and then you had hardwood forests along the riparian areas or the waterways. Nowadays, most of these, our native woodlands have been cut down and replanted in loblolly or shortleaf pine plantations for commercial timber harvest. So here's the map of the South Central Plains, or the piney woods. Roughly starts just north of Houston and Beaumont, then wraps around to just west of Huntsville and Conroe, then kind of follows the Trinity River on up here, and then jets over to just west of Tyler, and then kind of angles off towards Texarkana and northeast Texas. So here's our level 4 ecoregions within the piney woods. Just want to point out real quick, you have the Red River up here, which creates some broad valley bottomland type deeper soils. That's where most of your cropland is at in this part of the state. Then when we go down into the rest of the piney woods, you really divide it up between 3 different areas. You have your flatwoods down here in the south. This would be what we kind of call the big thicket area. So the flatwoods are very flat, very level. So where we see a lot of, a lot of standing water, a lot of swamps and stuff. Then you have what we call the longleaf ridge, or what they call in here the southern tertiary uplands. So where we see a lot of our more sandy soils in this part of the state. A lot of, historically, like I said, this would have been a lot of longleaf pine forest in this part of the state. And I forgot to say the flatwoods was dominated by loblolly pine. And then once you get north of Nacogdoches and on up to Arkansas and Oklahoma, you get the tertiary uplands, which I know that doesn't mean nothing to y'all. It really doesn't mean much to me either, but it's important because in this part of the state north of Nacogdoches, it's a lot more hilly compared down to the flatwoods. The soil actually has more clay. It's not as sandy, and shortleaf pine is actually the dominant pine tree. So it's kind of unique that the ecoregions historically affected what was the dominant pine tree out of our 3 native pine trees in Texas. North of Nacogdoches and the more clayer, hillier soils, shortleaf pine was dominant. Along the middle part, along the longleaf ridge, or where we have a lot of sandy hills, you had your longleaf pine, and then down in the flatwoods was dominated by loblolly. The other thing I want to point out before we move on to looking at the pictures is you can see these 35B is what they call them, but they call it floodplains and lower terraces. These are basically your bigger river bottoms that create, deeper soils, kind of have a river bottom basically, or, I guess you call it a river valley or river bottomland. So in this part of the state, this is where we would have seen a lot of our hardwood forest originally. And you will notice until we get further out west to where the rivers get smaller, all the ecoregions have these significant floodplains that have deeper soils are different than the rest of the ecoregion because they would have had bottomland hardwood forest. So here's some pictures of typical piney woods. The left is more of a, it's not the best picture of an open savanna, but that's more of a typical pine savanna, what the forest originally looked like. Obviously, driving around the piney woods now, most of our forests are a lot thicker than that in plantation. And then we have a lot of water. Obviously, we get a lot of rainfall in this part of the state. So we have a lot of significant waterways. So we have a lot of pretty unique fish also because of that, and reptiles or amphibians. But this is a picture of Cotto Lakes, which if you don't know, that's our only, I guess they say, true natural lake in Texas. I believe there's actually an impoundment on it now in Louisiana. It was originally created by a log jam in the log jam in the river up there, but they tore the log jam out at some point, so they had to replace it with a man-made impoundment. But yeah, that's Cotto Lake, pretty unique part of Texas up there in northeast Texas. So here's some plants and animals you can see in the piney woods. So this is, like I say, it's kind of the cool part of the presentation. We're going to look at pictures, but we're going to just talk about this stuff. So this is a red cockaded woodpecker here on the left. Y'all might have heard of this. This is an endangered species. I think they have kind of suggested to delist it to threaten. I don't know if they actually did that or not. I always say I'm going to check that, and I never do. But it was historically found. Nowadays it's associated mostly with savanna type pine forest, and the reasoning for that is they need very old growth trees for the cavities for them to find their food and nest in. So when we cut down, the reason why they are kind of associated with savannas, pine savannas, is because that's where we see our older trees, because that's what's been that kind of represents more of what the pine forests look like originally. So we have older trees in that savanna and savanna type habitats because they just haven't been cut down. The cockaded woodpecker has a lot of good populations throughout East Texas. The only problem is they're kind of all isolated, and most of them are in national forest or on protected land. Again, we have a lot of reptiles and amphibians in this part of the state. This is the eastern three-toed box turtle, which is kind of one of my favorites. Pretty cool looking guy. For y'all didn't know, box turtles are kind of, people are getting concerned about them too. Really not sure why, but their populations seem to be declining. Not just this species, but all of them, especially in Texas. We're not sure if that's habitat change, pet trade, roadkill. Kind of the book's still out on that. They're not in too bad of trouble yet, but we know their populations tend to be going down. Problem with box turtles and some of these other species is they don't necessarily have high reproductive rates, and it might take them a long time to reach reproductive age. So by the time you realize that the population's in trouble, you might not have enough individuals left to, there might not be enough individuals left to repopulate or recover the population. So again, over here to the right, we'll talk about this guy's the Louisiana pine snake. It's actually a subspecies of our Louisiana gopher snake, Louisiana pine gopher snake, gopher pine snake. It's actually a subspecies of the bull snake, I believe, but this guy's entirely endangered and protected. It's only found in a handful of locations over in Sabine and Newton County in far east Texas, I believe, is where they most recently found it, and then in a few spots in Louisiana, west central Louisiana. Louisiana, they're doing a little bit better, but basically the Louisiana pine snake is associated with, again, these longleaf pine savanna forests in the real sandy land that's associated with them. So basically, they eat gophers, and they live down in the burrows in the gopher burrows and eat the gophers. I think in Texas they've only seen like 2 or 3 in the last couple decades. I mean, they're pretty highly endangered. Like I said, Louisiana, they're a little bit better. This is the paddlefish up here, pretty unique fish. Probably have the highest populations in the state in the piney woods. Basically, it kind of eats like krill and like microscopic animals like whales do, and they basically filter water through their big mouth and out their gill in a very prehistoric, very cool looking fish. They are protected here in Texas, but they are a game fish in other states. And here's a longleaf pine coming up. Kind of hard to show pictures of the different pine trees on a screen, but you can see the longleaf pine has very long needles compared to this would probably either be a short leaf or a loblolly coming up here beside it in the background. You can kind of see. And again, longleaf pine was dominant and especially in the central part of the piney woods. So as we move further west, we get into the east central plains, or what we like to call here in Texas is the post oak savanna. It seems kind of like Texas. We're here in Texas, we kind of have our nicknames for our ecoregions. So the east central plains extends up into Oklahoma more than just in Texas, and up through, I think it might go all the way up into Kansas too. But it's, like I said, the western extension of the deciduous woods now that you see kind of in the eastern third or eastern half of the United States. So it's the same deciduous woodlands basically that extends all the way up into the northeast, and then like into Iowa and even up into Canada some. Again, our pine trees drop out at this point, and only our most hardiest oak trees can survive, which is mostly post oak and blackjack oak. So that's why we call it the post oak savanna. This ecoregion also has very sandy soils also, but it has an underlying clay pan. And that's important because sandy soils with the clay pan makes very bad farming soil. So this ecoregion has very minimal farming, and most of it was capped as native rangeland or been planted in improved pasture. Historically, it would have been a post oak and blackjack oak savanna, kind of like the pine savannas in East Texas, was maintained by fire, had a little blue stem grass understory. And then hardwoods along the bottomland. But we have a lot of loss of savanna type habitat in this part of the state. It's really pretty much all gone because of the lack of fire, and yoke pine has just come in and completely closed the understory. But we still have a lot of woodlands in this part of the state because of minimal farming, and most of it was just capped as ranch land, and there's not a lot of cities in this part of the state. So here's the post oak savanna, west of the piney woods, kind of north and west of the Gulf Coast. So kind of west of Houston, but east of the I-35 or San Antonio, Dallas area. So it starts just here east of San Antonio with the southern post oak savanna, goes on up, and then basically when we get to the Trinity River, then we go to the northern post oak savanna, which wraps around up here into northeast Texas and up to the Red River. The only difference between the northern and the southern post oak savanna is you get a little bit more rain up in the northern part of the post oak savanna, so you get a little bit higher diversity of trees, some elms, some hackleberries, some hickories, pecans, stuff like that. You get down here east of San Antonio, it's really scrubby post oaks and blackjack oaks. They're only like 20-30 feet tall, very scrubby type habitat. Some other sub-eco regions to point out is, again, we got the major river bottoms, so flood hardwood bottomlands, Trinity River, Brazos, Colorado. We have some tallgrass prairie outliers up here. We won't touch on that. What I do want to touch on is 33C, which is called the San Antonio Prairie. Y'all might have heard that before. Or the OSR, which is the old San Antonio Road, which is the highway that basically goes right through the San Antonio Prairie. Basically, it's a little strip of deeper soil within the post oak savanna that supports farming, almost more of a black type soil. And you'll see that in this part of the state. It's a lot more open, a little bit of farmland. If you ever travel between College Station and Austin, you basically go right through the San Antonio Prairie. You stay right in it on OSR. The other thing to point out, you've probably heard of the Lost Pines before. That's around Bastrop. It's basically an old disjunct population of loblolly pine trees that are still surviving there. Historically, we believed, I guess it would have been during the last ice age, or before the last ice age, that the pine trees extended as far west as Bastrop, and then they've just been able to hang on around Bastrop. Some people will put this as part of the piney woods, not part of the post oak savanna or the east central plains. So here's a picture on the left, and it's not the best picture. I'm sorry about that. That's what a lot of the post oak savanna looks like now. We still have the post oak trees and the oak tree component, but our understory is completely choked out with yoke pine. On the right is what the post oak savanna historically looked like. very open canopy, a lot of grassland, a lot of native little bluestem and other native grasses that supported quail and turkey and everything else. So the picture on the right is Gus Engling WMA up in Anderson County, and they've done a lot of work on restoring post oak savanna habitat to where they're getting the WMA to look like this, and it's really about the only place in this part of in the East Central Plains that really looks like that anymore, and it's pretty unique. If you ever get a chance to go visit up there, I recommend it. They're even working on getting quail and turkey back in there. So here's some of your more unique plants and animals in this part of the state. We have the Houston tow, which is an endangered species. It's found in kind of some swampy or swale type areas, kind of around Bastrop to College Station. It was a lot more widespread at one point, but its population has declined considerably. It needs like these sandy little swales or wetland areas. The middle picture is the Navasotis lady's tresses, which is an endangered orchid, and again kind of grows in kind of some of these unique bog type habitats that grow up that you find in the East Central Plains or the post oak savanna. And the far picture on the right is of the lost pines, which you can see all the pine trees kind of looks very similar to the piney woods region of the state, just a lot more arid. All right, so now as we move further west, we're moving out of our woodland habitats in the state. There's a caveat on that. We do have some more woodland ecoregions, but they're kind of disjunct and separate. We'll kind of talk about that later. But as we move further west out of the post oak savanna, we get into what we call Texas's true tallgrass prairie. So when you picture the images of, tall swaying grasslands in buffalo, or bison, excuse me. We have bison here in North America, not buffalo. When you picture that, this is kind of where you saw that in this part of the state, or where the kind of the true prairie ecoregion was. So the tallgrass prairie is made up of four main species of grasses: little bluestem, big bluestem, Indian grass, and switchgrass. That was the four grasses that made up the tallgrass prairie. And this would have been the same prairie that extended up into eastern Kansas, Iowa, Oklahoma, eastern Nebraska. I mean, this was your true tall grass prairie. Obviously, a prairie grassland has very deep soils, so that's great for farming. So farming really became dominant, and most of our grasslands was wiped out and converted into farming. Here in Texas, we also have a big deal with urbanization. And you'll see here in a minute, a lot of our large cities in Texas are in the Blackland Prairie. Any guesses why we have a lot of our large cities are in the Blackland Prairie region? Well, if you think about it, farming's dominant. Some of our first settlers that came over, farming was the way of making a life here in Texas and really anywhere as people moved across the West or across the Plain States. So farming became dominant. Well, when farming became dominant, they had to find a way to sell their products, so they created mills and rail yards and stuff along the rivers and the major routes, and that's why cities popped up in this part of the state, because that's where all the farms were. The big four refers to the little bluestem, Indian grass, little bluestem, Indian grass, big bluestem, and switchgrass. Limited woody vegetation, but it's really sad. They say about 99%, 98% of the original tallgrass prairie in Texas is gone. So most of our species have been wiped out from this part of the state. Now, many of them aren't extinct. They're just no longer found here. They're found out further west where we still have a little bit more grassland, like up in the Panhandle. One thing I want to point out is microtopography, which is pretty unique for the Blackland Prairie, and it's really true for several other prairie ecoregions too. A lot of people think prairies are very, very not very diverse, kind of boring. I mean, you just look across them, it's just a sea of grass. Ooh, it's just grass, nothing real exciting there. It's not a big, tall, towering tree. It's not this majestic mountain. It's not this arid desert with all these very cool looking rocks and cactuses and all that. But really, our grasslands are very diverse and are very unique, because what happens is, even though it might look level or it might all look the same, when you really get down and look at this plant species in there, You have little micro topography that creates little holes, which sometimes we call prairie potholes. And then it has little mounds that they call pimple mounds sometimes. And just that little, 6 inches, a foot different elevation goes from an area that holds water when it rains to an area that dries out really quick. And that creates a lot of diversity in plant species, whether that be flowers, wildflowers, grasses, forbs, or whatnot, because just that little bit difference in geography, which creates an area that holds water and an area that dries out quicker. So I think that's very unique. I mean, you do some of these true tallgrass prairie sites almost have as high plant diversity as we see in some rainforest in the world. Of course, it's not trees, it's grasses and flowers. I mean, you could have hundreds of species just on 1 acre. Okay, so here's a picture on the left of the Blackland prairie soil. Obviously, you see very deep, dark soils. Looks great for farming. That's why farming became dominant. Oh, let me back up real quick. Sorry about that. I forgot to talk about where the Blackland prairie is at. I got so much into microtopography. So basically, we divide the Blackland prairie in Texas into 2 broad areas. We have the northern Blackland prairie, which is kind of the main Blackland prairie. Starts west of San Antonio, goes up to just Waco, sits right on the edge. Austin, about the eastern half of Austin is in the Blackland prairie. Dallas is completely in it. Fort Worth is not. So Fort Worth and Dallas are actually in 2 totally different ecoregions. Basically, it follows that I-35 corridor. And like I said, that's reasoning is it's where all our big cities are, because this is where farming was dominated and this is where everybody moved to in the state. So that this northern Blackland prairie, almost all either farming or urbanization, all the prairie grassland has been gone. We have a disjunct southern Blackland prairie that's kind of between Houston and Austin, and the Post Oak Savanna surrounds it. But it basically starts down in the south around Yoakum and Cuero, goes up through Brenham and the eastern side of LaGrange, and then up to Navasota, and then just west of Huntsville and Montgomery, Anderson. So it's a little bit different than the northern Blackland prairie because the soils aren't quite as deep, and so farming wasn't as well, it was very popular at one time, but because the soils weren't as deep, a lot of the southern Blackland prairie has been converted over to improved pasture because ranching was more economical. So you actually see, I guess you could say, more of a grassland component in the southern Blackland prairie than in the northern Blackland prairie. So again, pictures of the Blackland prairie. This would be tall grass prairie on the right, one of the less than 1% of it left in Texas. I think this is on a preserve up east of Dallas. So here's a picture of our big 4. Little blue stem, big blue stem, Indian grass, and switchgrass. So here's an artist's interpretation of the Texas Blackland prairie. And I just want y'all to look at this real quick. I'm sure at some point y'all have driven on I-35 either between Dallas and Austin or Austin to San Antonio or around Waco. How many of y'all ever driving on I-35 in that part of the state have seen anything that remotely looks like this picture? Yeah, pretty shocking, right? 150, 200 years ago, probably less than that, really. About 150 years ago, this is what it looked like in this part of the state. I mean, it's just incredible how much we humans have altered the Blackland prairie in just a short time. I mean, some of the species we still have in this picture. I mean, I still have armadillos, but quail are pretty much all gone from this part of the state. Here's a milkweed plant. I mean, you still can find milkweed, some of our native milkweeds in some of the little prairie pockets here and there. But I mean, look, you're not going to see bison anymore around Austin or San Antonio. You're not going to see a lot of our definitely prairie chickens, so a lot of our more unique grassland species. A lot of our chipmunks and prairie king snakes and stuff like that have declined or significantly declined. This is a hog-nosed skunk here on the left. That guy's getting concerned about him in the state. Other thing I want to point out about this, again, very open Blackland prairie. You see rolling hills, just grassland, and the only trees you're going to see are along, maybe where there's a little creek bottom or something like that. Oh yeah, the other animal to point out, Still have coyotes. This might actually be a fox here. But look, here's a gray wolf. I don't think there's any wolves roaming around between Austin and San Antonio these days. So the next ecoregion is going to be the cross timbers. And this is the one that kind of throws the wrench in the system when we talk about moving east to west and going from forest to grassland to desert. The cross timbers, even though it's west of the Blackland Prairie, is still kind of a transitional zone between forest and grassland. Probably partly has to do with it doesn't have them deep soils. It has more of a rocky kind of rocky type soil geography. It's a little ruggeder. Soils are shallow. So this is really what we call the last forest ecoregion when you're going west across the lower U.S. So, you know, if you go north of the cross timbers in Texas, you're in central Nebraska, central Kansas. I mean, that's all plain state. So you don't get any more forest until you get into the mountains out in the Rocky Mountains. Once you get west of I-35, this is where rainfall starts to become limiting and becomes a major factor on, you know, growing crops and what animals can survive. So because of that, the cross timbers, you know, rainfall is limiting, very shallow soil. Ranching has always been a dominant industry in this part of the state. So we really don't see a huge, in the cross timbers, you really don't see a lot of major altercations. I say that, I mean, humans have had plenty of change in the cross timbers ecoregion too, but we still see a lot of the components, I guess you could say, of what the first settlers saw when they came to the cross timbers. So I guess I should have mentioned why it was cross timbers. It's called cross timbers because this is a transitional zone where literally you'll go from this prairie, then you'll go back to an oak forest. Then you'll go back to a prairie. Then you go back to an oak forest. So the prairie was crossed by timbers. And then we see some juniper motte woodlands in some of the more rugged areas. And I'll mention that's the Palo Pinto Mountains, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So here's the cross timbers. West of I-35, north of the Hill Country / Edwards Plateau, which we'll talk about that later in the presentation. But basically your cross timbers is west of I-35 in the north central part of the state, east of Wichita Falls, Abilene, and San Angelo. You have this 29E, which is kind of a transitional zone between the Hill Country and the cross timbers. You have your western cross timbers, which is your 29C. Then you have your eastern cross timbers, which is 29B. And then in the middle, you have your Grand Prairie, which if y'all have ever been up around Fort Worth and stuff, there's a lot of stuff called Grand Prairie up there, kind of associated with that name. That's why. So you kind of have now you have prairie type habitats in the western and the eastern cross timbers. It's just the Grand Prairie is very more open compared to the western and eastern cross timbers. Another thing to point out is this 29F. That's actually that's Possum Kingdom Lake, or what's called the Palo Pinto Mountains, kind of more of a rugged area. In the cross timbers, it has more juniper and cedar like you'd see down in the Hill Country or central parts of the state. And I want to go back and touch on this 29B, the eastern cross timbers. You can see it's this little tiny strip. It's usually no more than 5 to 30 miles wide at its broadest. And it starts just north of Waco, goes up here. It actually is east of downtown Fort Worth, so it splits Dallas-Fort Worth, and then goes up to Denton and then up to the Red River. Now, for any of y'all that have ever been up in this part of the state, there's a whole lot of urbanization right in this area. So a lot of the eastern cross timbers has kind of been altered or gone. And because it's so small and it's disjunct from the western cross timbers, it's actually considered one of the more endangered, or one of the more one of the most endangered or lost woodlands in the United States. Most of it has been gone or altered. So that's kind of unique. So here's a stereotypical picture of the cross timbers on the left. This is actually a pretty good native prairie site here. It's little blue stem in the foreground and in the pasture. So you can see prairie grasses, you know, and then scattered cross timbers, oak trees mostly. On the right is the Palo Pinto Mountains, a little bit more rugged than your typical cross timbers on the left. When I get to the cross timbers, I kind of tell people there's not a whole lot to really show for animals and plants in this ecoregion that are unique, because I just kind of say it's typical Texas wildlife that we think of. We got our jackrabbits, we got our white-tailed deer, and we got our turkey. It's really part of the state does have a lot of white-tailed deer and turkey. All right, so now we're completely out of the woodlands or the forest type ecoregions, and we're in the rolling plains, or well, what's technically called the Central Great Plains. We usually call it the rolling plains here in Texas. This is basically the southern extension of what we call the low interior plains. So this would be west of your tall grass prairie. This is when we're getting to mid-grass type prairies. So our grasslands are getting shorter, not 3 or 4 feet, 2 to 4 feet tall, usually about 1 foot to 1.5 foot. But this would be, when you really think about, the Native Americans, our Plains Indians, and, the buffalo hunters and all that stuff that you saw during that time frame in the 1800s. This is where this really occurred in the country, and the southern extension of it extended down into Texas. So the low interior plains, or the Central Great Plains, again goes up through central Oklahoma, central Nebraska, central Kansas, on up into the Dakotas and Canada. Very level to low ridges, kind of just rolling hills. A lot of farming and ranching in this part of the state. Pretty good sand, pretty good clay, red sand clay for farming. Woody vegetation was all but gone in this part of the state, or woody vegetation would have been found nowhere in this part of the state, except for along the major river bottoms. They're the major riparian areas. But humans like to overgraze very easily and take away fire, and when you do that, it basically makes brush species more competitive to our native grasses. So you end up changing the landscape from a grassland to a shrubland. And this is true for this part of the state. When you drive through the Central Great Plains or the Rolling Plains, it is like you were in a mesquite thicket most of the time. So this ecoregion has been very altered from its original prairie state, and because of that, we have a near loss of all the endemic prairie species. However, it has become an epicenter for bobwhite quail, and one of the reasons probably for this is bobwhite quail need some brush for cover and for protection. And so they don't do really well in just a true prairie ecoregion or a grassland because there's not enough cover for them out there. So because we have like all this shrubland that's invaded in the Central Great Plains surrounded by pockets of grassland, it's created a very good quail habitat. And it's kind of one of the epicenters of quail populations in the state that are still doing pretty good. So Central Great Plains, Wichita Falls, Abilene, San Angelo are all major cities that fall into it. We're east of the Panhandle and Lubbock and Amarillo, but we're up in that, north of central Texas. Basically, you have the broken red plains here in the east. You have the red prairie here in the west. And then in between it, you have the limestone plains. So the limestone plains don't have a whole lot of farming in it, because the reason why it's called the limestone plains is it has a lot more gravel, limestone type soil or rock gravel. So farming was kind of limited, more ranch land here, but both the broken red plains and the red prairie is very farming dominated. And the only difference between the two is the broken red plains, I believe, is not quite as rugged, a little bit better farmland than when you get further out west. So here's some pictures of what it looks like driving through the Central Great Plains today, or the rolling plains of Texas. What I want to point out, we'll start up here on the right. Here's a grassland, but then look at all the mesquite shrub in the background. Historically, none of that would have been there. It just would have been grasses as far as you could see. Picture on the left kind of shows, still shows it in the Central Great Plains. We still have a lot of what you could say looks like a grassland, but you can't tell from this picture, but I know because I took it. All of this is improved grasses out there for the most part, or grasses that we planted. So even though it looks like a grassland, it really has nothing native out there. And then the bottom right shows our rivers in this part of the state start getting pretty shallow. That's the Salt Fork of the Brazos River down there. So, riparian areas start getting to be minimal, except along your major river bottoms. Just an example of some of the species. We do still have, here's your bobwhite quail. So like I said, epicenter of bobwhite quail. this is our prairie dog, black-tailed prairie dog. You still can find a few pockets of it in this part of the state, but really it's become too much of a shrubland, and most of them are now pushed out into the panhandle where the populations are better. Burrowing owls, which are kind of cool because they live in prairie dog towns, and they don't roost on trees like like typical owls do. They live in prairie dog towns. Our state lizard, the Texas horned toad, our Texas horned lizard, starts coming pretty common in this part of the state. Most people don't realize this, but our Texas state reptile used to be very common pretty much across the state. I mean, they had records of it in the piney woods, very common in the post oak savanna, even down along the coast. So it's actually, due to probably habitat change more than anything, has now become restricted to the western half of the state. I know Parks and Wildlife is working on reintroducing it though back east. And then up on the right is a picture of side oats grama, which again, I know grasses are hard to show on pictures. It just looks like a grass, but that's our state grass of Texas, which becomes the dominant, starts becoming one of the dominant. It is the dominant native grass species in the Central Great Plains for sure, along with little bluestem and other native grasses. So as we move further west, we get into what our map we're going off today is called the Southwest Tablelands, or Southwestern Tablelands. In Texas, we generally, most people that work in Texas just group this in the rolling plains along with the Central Great Plains. So that's one of the big differences against the two ecoregion maps that I showed y'all at the start of the presentation. So the Southwestern Tablelands is kind of one of my favorite ecoregions in the state. Very rugged landscape, variety of soils. We'll show it here in a minute. Very arid. Longitudinal divide. I'll talk about that later, but because not much farming, dominated ranch land by side oats grama, other grama, and buffalo grass. Buffalo grass is a very short growing grass, only gets about yay tall in a good year. Juniper, shrub oak, savanna. So we see quite a bit of juniper and shrub type brush species in some of the more rugged landscapes, but it has a longitudinal divide because of the Cap Rock Escarpment. I'm sure some of y'all have ever heard of the Cap Rock Escarpment. So basically, when you're driving out of the panhandle, driving in the panhandle, when you're west of the Southwest Tablelands, you're actually in the high plains, which is our next ecoregion. But the high plains is incredibly flat and you can see forever. I mean, I think there's some old saying you can stand like on a tuna can and see for 100 miles. But either way, you're driving across the high plains and the panhandle, and then all of a sudden it's like literally the world just drops out from underneath you. You get into the Cap Rock Escarpment, and that's where your Southwest Tablelands begins. And I'll show some pictures of that here in a minute. So, and the other unique thing about the Southwest Tablelands is the Canadian River, which is up here in this 26D and 26A. So that'd be your Canadian/Cimarron breaks. And there's some unique species associated with the Canadian River. That's why I wanted to bring that up, and I'll show y'all that when we show the pictures. But then, so you see, our Southwest Tablelands is kind of this maroon type color, burgundy, I guess maybe you could say. So we're kind of basically the eastern half of the panhandle of Texas goes right down to the tip just north of San Angelo. But basically, you can see it kind of has a lot of different polygon shapes, and the reasoning for that is we have the Cap Rock Escarpment is kind of this 26C. They call it Cap Rock Canyons, Badlands, and Breaks. That's kind of the more rugged area where we have a lot of canyon land. So, ranching is dominant. 26B is kind of gets a little bit flatter. We actually do have some farming in there, a little bit deeper soils. So, and then, like I said, we have the Canadian River Breaks up here. Now, the only difference between the Canadian River Breaks and the Cap Rock Canyons down here, the Cap Rock Escarpment, is how broad it is. So the Canadian breaks are a lot broader river valley. I don't have a good picture of it here with me right here, but these pictures here and here are top left, and then on the right is the Cap Rock Escarpment. You can see it's a very rugged landscape, very canyon-like landscape. When you get up to the Canadian River, it's more of a broad canyon. It's not so abrupt to where the canyon walls are close together. That was probably a very long and confusing way to describe the difference between the Cap Rock Escarpment and the Canadian River breaks. So anyway, top left, that's actually Palador Canyon. The second, it's a state park there, the Palador Canyon State Park in that picture, but second largest canyon in the U.S. About far right is Cap Rock Canyon State Park, further down on the south of Palador, but on the Cap Rock Escarpment. I just think it's a very cool region of the state. Just the orange colors of the rocks, the way you can see the sunset here, the way the sun hits the rock, very rugged landscape. This is a small picture of the Canadian River here, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But on the left, I want to just briefly touch on, these pictures don't do any justice on how rugged the Cap Rock Canyon is, or the Southwest Tablelands part of the state. So I was actually hunting Aldad in Cap Rock Canyon State Park. I got drawn for an Aldad hunt because they're an exotic species where they're trying to control the population. But anyway, I took this picture on the left here. On the bottom left, I took the picture, and basically me and the guy I was hunting with, we were standing on this ridge here, and we wanted to go hunt off, we wanted to go glaze over on this ridge in the background. Y'all can kind of see it in the picture. Now, what happened was, we thought we could just walk through here, because I mean, y'all looking at this picture, you think that's not too hard of a walk, looks relatively flat. We could not do that. We got about 20 minutes into that walk and had to come back because there was no way we were going to do it. You kind of see it in this picture here, but every 100 or so yards, there's just a gorge that goes through here that drops off about 40, 50 feet. I mean, there was no way you could safely walk across that without hurting or breaking your leg. So it's just kind of, the pictures don't do it justice on how rugged this landscape is. So back to the Canadian River. What I want y'all to notice about the Canadian River, it's a very shallow river. A lot of sandbars in it. You can kind of see the sandbars here and there. And that's important for for our unique species I want to talk about that's associated with the Canadian River. So that's this top left here. This is an interior tern, our least interior tern. It's a shorebird, and it's a protected species. Its populations are not too good, and the reasoning for that is loss of nesting habitat more than anything. So as you can see, this is a picture of it actually on its nest, and you can see it makes one heck of a nest. And being sarcastic there, what it does is it finds the Canadian River and some of these other shallow rivers up in the plain states where they're very broad and very shallow, and like I said, it creates these sandbars in the middle of the river, and these terns just nest on directly on the sandbars to raise out their nest. And the reasoning for that is historically there was plenty of sandbars that were surrounded by water, and the water kept predators like raccoons and coyotes from predating on their nest. Well, what has happened is we've impounded the Canadian River and other rivers where the interior tern nest at. We impounded them. We've taken water out for irrigation and human consumption, and that has decreased the water flow in the river. So it's made the Canadian River even shallower and less water. And what that has created is these sandbars that used to be surrounded by water that made all this great nesting habitat are now connected directly to the bank or to the shore. So now predators can come out. There's no water protecting the terns when they're nesting on the sandbars, so predators can come predate on their nest. And obviously, if a coyote or a raccoon or whatever wanted to come eat this bird's eggs, there's no sort of protection. I mean, they can just walk up and eat it. So that's, but the interior tern does nest on some parts of the Canadian River in Texas where we still have enough inflows. We still have enough water flow to allow sandbars that are ideal for interior terns. The other species associated with the Canadian River is this guy, which is a silver minnow. I think it's the Arkansas silver minnow. It's slipping my mind right now. But this is a protected species also because I know it's not flashy like some of our species. It's just like a little silver minnow. But it has the same issue that the tern's having, where we have decreased water flow in the rivers, in the Canadian River and other river systems that basically was found in the Arkansas River system, hence the name Arkansas silvery minnow. But we decrease the water flows, and the Arkansas silvery minnow requires adequate water flows for when it spawns for its eggs to hatch. So what happens is it spawns, it releases its eggs, the eggs get fertilized, but the egg dies if it falls out of the water column and lands on substrate on the bottom. It has to remain moving in the water column. If not, the egg dies. And I think it takes 24, 48 hours. It takes a considerable amount of, a couple days or so. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, for that egg to actually hatch. And so all that time it has to remain suspended in the water column. So you have to have significant amount of water flow. And so that means you have to have, 100, maybe a couple hundred miles of river moving water to sustain a population of Arkansas silvery minnows. And just like with the tern, we've decreased water flow, so we've created too much areas where the water flow is not good enough. And we've also created so many impoundments that there's areas that, that are no longer suitable because we need moving water for the Arkansas silvery minnow. So long story short, most of the original range of the Arkansas silvery minnow it's absent from because it doesn't have suitable habitat. There is still suitable habitat in the Canadian River in Texas for the minnow, and we still find it in Texas. So that's the Canadian River, kind of a unique river system up there in the Panhandle. This is a picture of another species of grama grass. This is black grama, I believe. It's a short grass species. So like, again, we're getting to the point where our big force grass species like little blue stem Indian grass, switchgrass, and big blue stem that we saw in the tall grass prairies kind of starts not being common at all because it's too arid out here, and our short grass species like grama grass, black grama, become dominant. That's mule deer up on the top right. So, white-tailed deer are common pretty much throughout the eastern 2/3 of Texas, but out in the Panhandle in West Texas and the Southwest Tablelands is where they start to become the common deer species. We have mule deer. Anybody want to guess why they're called mule deer? Look at this picture. If you look at it long enough, doesn't the ears kind of look like mules, right? Well, that's why the settlers, when they first came out, called them mule deer, because they had big ears like the mule. Now, anybody have any guess why mule deer have such big ears? Think about where they live at, kind of a hot, arid climate. So it actually has to do with temperature regulation. Bigger ears, they got more blood vessels up there, and so they have more air, their body has more air contact, so it allows, the blood's flowing through the air, it allows it to cool down, keep them cool in the hot, arid climate they live in. Just kind of one of those unique adaptations that animals have for living in different climates, different environments. Now, I do want to touch on the mule deer, though, in a little bit more detail. White-tailed deer, we all know, are, very popular throughout Texas. I mean, big time money, people want them on their ranch. Up in this part of the state, mule deer would actually draw the hunters in and make money for these ranchers. So they actually want the mule deer. Well, in the last couple decades, we've actually seen that mule deer populations are decreasing in this part of the state, and white-tailed deer populations are increasing. So what's happening is the white-tailed deer are kind of driving off the mule deer, and the people up there don't like it, so they actually don't like the white-tailed deer too much in this part of the state. And they're seeing more and more white-tailed deer pop up in the Panhandle where they've never seen them before. I think they actually just opened up new hunting seasons for whitetail in a couple counties up there that's never had a white-tailed deer hunting season. And the reasoning for this is all has to do with habitat change mostly. Mule deer are more adaptive for more open country that you see when you think of, out west, out in western states, are adapt to that more open plains, mountain type country. Mule deer or white-tailed deer are adapted to brushland, shrubland, very thick woodlands. That's where they thrive at. Well, through habitat change, we've converted a lot of the habitat in the Southwest Tablelands to more of a shrubland type habitat, and it's not as open as it used to be. So the white-tailed deer are taking advantage of that, and they're more suitable to that habitat, so their population is going up, and the mule deer are heading out because the habitat's not as good for them anymore. So this is one of those unique things that are happening. Never know what, what effects having effects on the landscape can change what animals can really survive there. And it's kind of funny, most part of the state, people want whitetail. Up in the Panhandle, not so much. This is a picture of a bison that I took in Caprock Canyon State Park several years back. For y'all that don't know, it kind of have like a mini Yellowstone up there. They released, so Goodnight, which was an old rancher in Texas, y'all probably might have heard of the Goodnight Trail before, Charles Goodnight. I think it was him, or maybe it was maybe it might have been his daughter or something at that point, but either way, they had a ranch up there in that part of the state, huge ranch, and they realized by the mid 1800s that all the buffalo were being shot out, and they realized what a travesty that was, just to lose something that was so common. So they rounded up all the buffalo they could find on their ranch, put them in a pen, and kept them there for decades. The family raised them out. Well, eventually they donated that herd to Texas, and that became our official Texas state buffalo herd. Now, what's neat about that is we originally believed there was probably, I guess you could say, two subspecies of buffalo. There was the Northern Plains buffalo and the Southern Plains buffalo. Northern Plains buffalo is the ones you see like up in Yellowstone and Montana and all that. The Southern Plains buffalo pretty much went bye-bye. And if it wasn't for the Goodnights and their ranch, saving the few ones that were left in Texas in the mid 1800s, the whole Southern Plains buffalo probably would have went extinct. I mean, that our Texas state herd is about all that saved it. So, and I could be pulling this number out of the air, but I want to say it was probably like 10 or 15, 20 buffalo they got off their ranch and saved. I mean, it wasn't a large number of them. But either way, so for years, Parks and Wildlife managed the state buffalo herd, and they kept them kind of in large pastures, large pens, I guess you could say. But, I guess about a decade ago already, probably, they released them into Caprock Canyon State Park, and they can roam throughout the whole park. So it's kind of like our mini Yellowstone. We actually have bison roaming freely. So this guy popped up when we were out hiking around. Kind of cool. Okay, so as we move off the southwest tablelands, we go to the high plains, or what we call in Texas the Llano Estacado, which means stacked plain. Very short grass prairie. Lucky if you get 6-8 inches of grass growth a year. Very arid, high level plain. Have a lot of soil erosion. You probably all heard, it's always windy out in Lubbock and Amarillo. But even though it's very arid, the soil is very good for farming. And there's the Ocalaga Aquifer, which is great for irrigation. So farming has become very dominant in this part of the state, along with oil and gas. Historically, it would have been a Grama buffalo grassland. I do want to touch again on the aquifer. So the Ocalaga Aquifer extends up into Oklahoma, Kansas, eastern New Mexico, eastern Colorado. All that part of all of the Texas Panhandle and all those regions of the state depend on this aquifer. There's still plenty of water in it now, but with all the farming going on, and then the cities, Amarillo, Lubbock, other cities in that part of the state, using the water because there's no other water sources hardly. We're pulling more water out of the aquifer than it's getting replenished, and so that's kind of pretty disturbing to think about that. Like I said, there's still plenty of water now in it, but so farmers up in irrigation management and water conservation has become a huge deal in this part of the state. Farmers have brought into it. We've adapted a lot of practices to, reducing wasteful water when you irrigate, planting your crops in every other row so that you get a bigger crop by using less water, and a lot of things we're trying to do to minimize our use minimize how much water we're taking out of the aquifer. Playa lakes are another pretty unique thing. I'll show a picture of that here in a minute, but basically it's little shallow depressions in this completely flat plain that hold water when it rains, and they don't drain at all. They just catch the water and then it evaporates when it gets dry. But it's huge for wintering waterfowl and wintering shorebirds. The High Plains is a mecca in the Central Flyway for migrating waterfowl and shorebirds. Many birds spend the winter time in the High Plains of Texas. Now, most of the High Plains is altered. It's completely gone. It's been converted into farming, oil or gas or something like that. But there is some remnant prairie species still found in what we call the shinery sands, which are this 25J. So kind of little polygons here and there. There's some different sands up here in the panhandle called the rolling sand plains in 25B. But these sand lands, as you can imagine, are sand hills. Monaghan sand hills is a good, Monaghan's, if y'all ever heard of the sand hills out in Monaghan's, that's where they fall into this ecoregion. These sand hills weren't good for farming, so they kind of been capped as ranch land. There is a lot of oil and gas in them though. But so this is where we still see some of our prairie species that we were originally seen in the high plains. But either way, the high plains, western part of the panhandle, between Lubbock and Amarillo, that's pretty much all just cotton field and farmland, all the way down to Midland. It gets a little bit more arid down here towards Midland, Odessa, starts turning into more of a transition zone to the desert. And then north of the Canadian breaks and the far reaches of the northern part of the panhandle, it's a little bit more rolling sand hills and rolling prairie compared to down around Lubbock and Amarillo, which is the true Llano Estacado. So here's a typical picture on the bottom left of what the high plains of the Llano Estacado look like. Pretty flat, pretty short grassland. That's what it historically looked like. And then the top picture here is what it looks like now. You can see it's all been just converted into farmland. But this picture also shows you see all these little puddles in here. Well, those are playa lakes. And they, like I said, you can just imagine your whole landscape is just full of these when it rains, and it's a huge mecca for waterfowl and shorebirds. And they can range anywhere from size from a couple acres to a couple hundred acres. And they don't farm them. There's government programs that encourage farmers to stay out of them, so they're put into conservation CRP land and stuff like that, so farmers don't farm them. Keep them for the wildlife. So top right is a picture of the sandhills and Monaghan's. Most of the sandhills are stabilized, but there is some sand dunes out in this part of the state that are still active, and it's basically like moving sand dunes like you see at the beach. But these sandhills, like in this picture, is where we still see some in our remnant prairie species like prairie chickens. I threw this picture in here because I think this part of the state probably has some of the most wild weather events. It's either blazing hot one day, freezing cold the next. Wind, dust storms, soil erosion's a big deal. That's why we had this part of the state was where we had the Dust Bowl in the 30s. But I showed you this because this picture was from a blizzard, I think. I don't remember where it was, but I think it was from one of the largest blizzards ever recorded in Texas. And you can see how, the snow is halfway up the person's house. So we do see some very strong weather events in this part of the state. So, and this is also a part of the state where a lot of our plants and animals are more associated to what we see in the plain states or even the Midwest. So some of our cool animals, sandhill cranes, one of my favorite birds. A very large population of them winter in the Texas Panhandle and the Playa Lakes. Here's our lesser prairie chicken. It's not doing too hot either. It's been a candidate to be put on the endangered species list for several years now. You used to be able to hunt them in like Texas and Kansas and Oklahoma. They cut that out, I think, probably a couple decades ago already. So to try to help with their population recovery. You can find them in a few spots in Texas still. Like I said, they're mostly found in them sandhill type regions where they haven't been converted over to farming. Habitat loss that's the #1 reason why they're declining. I mean, it's as simple as that. Here's just a picture of a bison again. We used to have a lot of bison in this part of the state, all gone. But we still do have some of our large megafauna, I guess would be the scientific term for it, or large grazers or herbivores or ungulates. Pronghorn antelope are doing pretty good in this part of the state. Now, they're not as widespread, I think, personally, and also I think antelope are one of the coolest looking animals ever. They're not doing as good as they used to do as far as their range. the range is a lot more restricted, but where they're still found, their populations are actually stable or even growing in some situations in the Panhandle or up in the high plains. So we still have good populations of pronghorn antelope in the Texas Panhandle. In fact, the populations are so good, they capture them there and then take them down into West Texas and the Big Bend area to try to recover populations out there that aren't doing as well, that are declining. I think this picture is unique because I'm a big agricultural advocate, and I think there's a place for both agriculture and wildlife and habitat in the same place. So I want to show you here we have, our pronghorn antelope and, probably an area that we've left for grassland, but look right in the background, we have full-blown commercial agriculture with an irrigation pivot and everything. So, you just gotta leave a little space, gotta take some, leave some, but you can work through these issues usually, just gotta leave some space for the animals. And agriculture has a huge huge investment in doing that. And most people involved in agriculture try to take care of the land for what's there. I will say a few more things about antelope. They're actually not related to goat or sheep or any other antelope that you see in Africa. They're actually their own unique species. They're in their own genus of their own. They're in their own genus. There's no other animal on Earth really closely related to them. You would think they could jump. I mean, look at them. They can run 50, 60 miles an hour. They can move. So you would think they could jump. They probably can. They don't know. We're not 100% sure as biologists aren't 100% sure if they don't know how to jump because they didn't evolve on. So nowadays, when you drive across the high plains anywhere where ranching and agriculture is big, there's fence lines. Well, historically, there was no fence lines on the high plains. It was just a flat prairie. So there was no reason for an antelope to learn to jump. So we don't know if it's evolutionary wise, they just don't recognize that they can jump over a fence, or if their legs, even though they have very strong leg muscles because they're very fast animals, their muscles they can't support themselves jumping over the fence because their bodies are just made to go run. They're not made to handle the weight of coming down, jumping. So with that being said, they actually won't jump or cross over a fence. And one of the big things in pronghorn management is raising the lower strand of the barbed wire fence up high enough so that they can slip under, or creating these little gateways that they can use to move around fences. Because basically fences will create good habitat from being inaccessible to them because they won't cross the fence. So it's pretty incredible. If y'all get a chance to Google, antelope crossing fence or something like that, and you can find these videos of just herds of hundreds of antelope just slipping underneath the bottom strand of a fence where they raised it up for them to cross underneath it. All right, so now we're getting out into the desert. This is what we like to call the Trans-Pecos in Texas, basically west of the Pecos River. So technically it's the Chihuahua Desert. So the Chihuahua Desert is one of 4 major deserts in North America. I don't know if y'all know what the other 4 are. We have the Chihuahua, which is here in Texas. We have the Mojave, which is going to be down around Death Valley, Nevada, California area. You have the Sonora, which would be in Arizona, where you see the Sonora cactuses. And then you have the steep or the brushland or steep brushland, like you'd see around Utah, salt brush type stuff. But either way, so we have the Chihuahua Desert. The Chihuahua Desert is known for its creosote bush, which is a very nasty plant. It's too bad it's not like the Sonora Desert, which is known for the Sonora cactus. And I'll talk about creosote bush here a little bit later, but when you head out to this part of the state, you'll know you're in the Chihuahua Desert because you'll see creosote bush everywhere. This part of the state has a huge diversity of geography, everything from uplifted limestone reefs to ancient volcano mountains or ancient volcanoes. We also have areas that are internally drained that create these salt flats, which are pretty cool. So they fill up with water when it does rain, and then when it doesn't rain, it evaporates and leaves the salt behind. Limited farming. There is some farming in this ecoregion, but it's centered around where we have some desert springs or some irrigation areas. Most of it's rangeland. Oil and gas is huge still. But in this part, the Chihuahua Desert, I think, is probably one of the coolest regions in the ecoregions in the state, because we see a lot of Western and Mexico species that we don't see anywhere else in the state. The other thing is we have sky islands, which a sky island is basically, it's called an island because up the mountain gets high enough above the desert floor that it gets a little bit more rainfall. Temperatures are a little bit cooler, so it supports the forest and grasslands and animals that we don't see down on the desert floor. And it's an island because those animals are separate, you know, by maybe 100 miles of desert from the next sky island mountain range. We have a lot of desert springs that support unique fish species and a whole variety of vegetation. So I'm not going to go into too much detail on this map because it's kind of a mess, and it kind of drives home the point of how much diversity for geography there is in this part of the state. It's kind of like geologists, I think. It's kind of like the geologist playground out here. But either way, we start at the sub-ecoregions are kind of divided up by elevation, basically. We have the Stockton Plateau, which is out here by Fort Stockton. That's just kind of a transition area from the Edwards Plateau or the hill country. But the rest of it, you start at the desert floor, you know, maybe around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. You have the basin and plies. That's basically your desert floor. That's your desert. Then you go up a couple thousand more feet, and you get the desert grasslands, because you just go up a little bit in elevation, you get a little bit more rain. Then you go up a little bit more and you get your low mountains. And that's not going to support a montane forest like we see in the highest elevations, but you might see some shrubs, some oak trees and some shrublands. Then you get up in our highest elevations in Texas, which would be above, like, you know, 7,000 feet, 8,000 feet, something like that. Where you get some montane woodland. So that would be found like in the highest mountains, which would be the Davis Mountains, to name one, the Sierra Diablo Mountains, the Chintal Mountains. The Chintal Mountains are down here in the Big Bend. No, Chintal Mountains are here. This is the Chias Mountains down in the Big Bend. So you can see these 24Ds are our highest mountain ranges. And I'll show y'all pictures of that here in a minute, but y'all might be surprised to know we actually have aspen in some of the highest mountain ranges in Texas in these montane woodlands. So that's kind of cool. You might notice that there's a little disjunct area over here that's green shaded. That's actually the Guadalupe Mountains. And they actually, this report, the reason why they're sometimes considered apart from the rest of the Chihuahua Desert and the rest of the mountains out in the Trans-Pecos is because geologically they're more associated with the mountains in New Mexico and Arizona and Colorado than they are with the desert mountains that we see in the Chihuahua Desert. But as far as plants and animals, are pretty much the same. But the Guadalupe Mountains in this 23A and B is actually the highest mountain range in Texas. So here's your desert. Here's kind of your pictures of your typical Chihuahua Desert or Trans-Pecos Mountains of Texas. Picture on the left is going to be your desert floor. And as you can see, when I talked about creosote bush, this is all creosote bush in this picture. Sometimes you'll hear people call it tar bush. It's a really nasty plant. So historically, before we came out here, there was probably some creosote bush, but it probably was just a lot of bare ground and rock, maybe a clump of grama grass here and there. You know, we might have a clump of grass here, another clump of grass 20 feet away. But it just wasn't a sea of creosote bush. What happened was we thought we could graze this like we could out further east. We put way too many cows and sheep on it way too quick, and we basically killed everything off. And so the creosote bush came in because nothing will eat. It's a nasty plant. I'm sure something probably eats or makes a living off of it, but I don't know of it. Nothing will touch it, so nature doesn't like a vacuum, so it replaced what was out, the little bit of grass that was out there, with creosote bush. And the deal with creosote bush is it releases a toxin in the soil that prevents any other plants from germinating and growing. So once it becomes established, it becomes incredibly hard to get anything else growing out there. That's why you see nothing else growing in between the creosote bush in this picture. And you can't use a fire, even if it was, you know, they usually don't use fire too much out here in this part of the state because the risk of fire is so bad because it's so dry. But if you were to have some rain to where you could burn, you couldn't even burn it because there's not enough there to carry a fire because there's no grass in between. So we move a little bit higher up in elevation, we get to the high desert grasslands. This would be around alpine, or this would be around alpine, yeah. And you can see just a kind of dry grassland, but there is some prairie species in here. We see pronghorn in this part in the high desert grasslands and out in West Texas. These would be an aerial view of your low mountains. Like I said, still very desert-like. It's just a little bit higher in elevation. I don't know if anybody can tell on this picture, but you kind of see how this kind of looks almost like these mountains kind of were like liquefied at one time, or almost like how these rocks almost look like they were flowing. Any guess why that was? Well, these were all ancient lava flows that have turned into mountain ranges over the millennium. Here's a picture of Mount Livermore in the Davis Mountains, which is the second. That's right here would be the second highest peak in Texas. That's right. It's a little over 8,000 feet, I believe. 8,400. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me. But you can see we have some montane woodlands. Almost looks like something you'd see in Colorado, where you have a lot of pine trees and stuff like that. Here's a picture of one of our large salt flats out in West Texas, out by Del City. You can see there's no water, internally drained area, but the salt's left behind. Here's just some sample pictures of some of the woodland species you'll see out here. The picture on the left is a picture of a ponderosa pine. So you can see we actually get, decent sized trees and forest in these higher mountain sky islands. Excuse me. This is alligator juniper. Anybody want to guess why it's called alligator juniper? I'm kind of circling it there. Yeah, their bark kind of looks like the back of back of an alligator. This is a Texas madrone tree. Some of y'all might have heard of this. It's actually, you can find it in the central part of the state. It just doesn't grow out in West Texas, in the Chihuahua Desert. But I think they get the most beautiful out there. They are one of my favorite plants. I absolutely love them. Just a beautiful tree. They're dark green foliage. Their bark does this weird thing to where all the bark kind of peels off, and then you just see like the inner white part of the wood. Then it gets kind of like this salmon pinkish tone to it. And then I guess because it's so arid out there, it gets these, you can kind of see it in the picture, these limbs that die. They don't really rot off. They just turn kind of black on the tree. So you get all these really unique colors. It's just, I think they're just a beautiful tree. And that's Texas madrone. Okay, so it's kind of a sample of all our Western / Mexican type species that we find nowhere else in the state that we can find out in the Chihuahua Desert. Well, I say that, we got pronghorn here, but so you can find pronghorn like we set up in the high plains. But I wanted to put them in here because they're not doing as good in this part of the state as they are in the rest of the part of the state by disease issues, long-term drought, habitat loss, and stuff like that. This is a canyon towhee here in the middle. It's a little brown bird you find in higher elevations out in West Texas. This is a species of pupfish. I don't know which one off the top of my head. I can't remember. But basically, remember I mentioned I said there's a lot of desert springs out in this part of the state. And so what happens is you have one desert spring system, and it might be 100 to 300 miles from the next permanent water body, which would be another desert spring. And so these fish have evolved over time to be associated just with their one spring system. So you have a lot of these different springs out in West Texas that have one species of pupfish with them. Pupfish are known for doing this. That's a group of fish. So you have one species of pupfish associated with one spring system. Well, that means we run the risk of losing the species. They're a species of interest because even though their population might be doing just fine, if they're only found in one desert spring, if that spring was to go dry, or some idiot was to decide to dump a toxin or a chemical bottle, or chemicals in there, you could wipe out that whole species just like that because they're just found literally in one spring system. So we have a lot of these desert pupfish out in West Texas. Bighorn sheep, we've restocked them. Kind of been talking for too long, so I need to kind of hurry up. I could talk a while about bighorn sheep and the issues with aoudad with them out there, which is a non-native exotic sheep we brought over here. But we've restocked bighorn sheep. They are expanding. We actually we're able to bring back hunting, and Parks and Wildlife issues a handful of permits a year. Big money. You're talking like probably at least $60,000-$70,000 to tag you a bighorn sheep tag. Big money for the ranchers out there, though. But they essentially established them on a few WMAs, and now they've spread to other mountain ranges and private ranches, and their population's doing good and increasing. So bighorn sheep are one of the bigger success wildlife conservation stories here in Texas. Good population of black bears. You know, they hunted them all out in this part of the state, but they naturally reestablished back out there from Mexico. In fact, they say it's one of the few examples of large predatory animals reestablishing populations over a large area on their own without humans actively moving them. This is a scrub jay eating a cracker I threw at it, or I dropped when I was eating lunch out in the Davis Mountains one time. It's kind of cool. All right. So you remember mentioning the Guadalupe Mountains are actually separate from the rest of the Chihuahua Desert because it's actually considered the Arizona, New Mexico mountains. Extremely rugged landscape, no roads hardly into it except to the park entrance. All of this ecoregion is retained within the Guadalupe Mountains National Park. But the reason why it's different is geologists actually consider the geological factors that create the Guadalupe Mountains to be the same as what created the Rocky Mountains. So they're actually associated with the Rocky Mountains. A lot of unique species to Texas. They're found nowhere else outside of the Guadalupe Mountains in Texas. McKidrick Canyon, which is just this really neat canyon I'll talk about. And then basically you have your desert bottom slopes, and then you have your upper mountain woodlands. So we'll start in the middle. This is a picture of something that many of y'all maybe have had in y'all's house at one time. This is a Douglas fir. A lot, so you know, the same type of plant that people put in their house around Christmas tree. So, but you can find them out in West Texas in the higher mountain ranges, especially in the Guadalupe Mountains. This was on the way up to the Guadalupe Mountain peak. We have elk in the Guadalupe Mountains, as long as with other mountain ranges in West Texas. They're free-ranging elk. Parks and Wildlife views them as a non-native exotic. There are some people that would maybe argue that it's a different subspecies than the one that was originally here, but that's a pretty in-depth argument that I don't have time for, or discussion, I guess I should say, that I don't have time for today. So then this picture on the left, this is a chipmunk. I don't remember the actual species of chipmunk, but it's the only chipmunk that's found in Texas. There is no other chipmunk species in Texas. It's only found in the Guadalupe Mountains. This on the far right is a picture of McKidrick Canyon in the fall, which I think is one of the most beautiful places in Texas. It's basically this little stream that once it gets out of the mountains, it goes back underground. But it's this little ribbon of water, very steep, rugged canyon out there, and it supports all these maple trees. It's just a beautiful, beautiful place to hike up into. And really, it's not too terrible a hike for the first couple miles. You don't have to be in too great a shape. But it has a lot of unique species, and one of them I do want to talk about today is this guy here, which is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. Now this guy, this Rio Grande cutthroat trout, is not found in McKidrick Canyon currently. Now in McKidrick Canyon, I forgot to mention, so McKidrick Canyon was before it was owned by the National Park Service, it was actually owned by the same family that started Humble Oil and Gas down there in Houston. So I mean, this was like their summer home, summer vacation in the early 1900s to escape the heat and humidity of Houston. But either way, so Rio Grande cutthroat trout, which is this guy here, is not found in McKidrick Canyon currently. Now there is rainbow trout there that we stocked there decades ago, and it's the only true naturally reoccurring rainbow, or not naturally, wouldn't be the word. We don't stock them there anymore. They spawn, and the population is surviving on their own. So it's kind of a unique cultural thing because they've been there for decades and decades and decades. And I hope I don't offend anybody. You might have some trout people listening, but trout people can get how do I put this? They really feel passionate about their trout. And so where I'm going at with this is a lot of people don't want to see the rainbow trout taken out of McKidrick Canyon because they've been there for so long. They're kind of part of our Texas cultural heritage now. But we believe the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, which is what's pictured on the top left, was actually native to McKittrick Canyon originally. Now, there's some questions about that. I just find all this really interesting. So we believe there's some ichthyologists or fish biologists that believe McKittrick Canyon, probably some of the higher streams in the Davis Mountains and the Chias Mountains, probably had Rio Grande cutthroat trout before human settlement, or in the early 1800s. Now, we don't have any great records of that, though. There's only one record of it, and it's from a conservationist in the early 1800s, I believe, or maybe it was the mid 1800s, that traveled through this part of the state and continued on up to Mexico. He's making his rounds throughout the West. And when he was in the Davis Mountains, he drew a picture of a trout he saw in a stream up there. And this drawing is very, very similar to Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And we know rainbow trout weren't native. So with that one drawing, we do believe Texas was home to Rio Grande cutthroat trout prior to human settlement. But there is no lab specimens, there is no recorded picture, there is no fish in a jar anywhere. That whole assumption is just based off of one picture that a conservation drew, 150 plus years ago. So it's kind of a discussion that's up in the air, is were Rio Grande cutthroat trout native or not, and if they were, we're going to restock them in McKittrick Canyon because that's where we know they were probably at, but we want to get rid of the rainbows first because they're going to compete, and so that you can see the issue there. All right, so Edwards Plateau. This is probably everybody's most well-known ecoregion in the state, the hill country. Very dissected limestone plateau, shallow soil, so ranching has been dominated. Historically, you couldn't give away land in this part of the state 50, 60 years ago. I mean, it was considered piss poor land and nobody wanted it. Now with Austin and San Antonio spreading out and everybody wanting their place in the country, urbanization has become a huge deal and the hill country has become very popular. But the limestone has allowed for the creation of aquifer, or what we call karst geography. So we have the Edwards aquifer, and this is allowed for a lot of spring systems that create, our rivers that we like in Texas, the Frio, the Blanco, the Guadalupe, the Pedernales, the Medina, the Nueces, that hold a lot of Texas endemics that are found nowhere else outside of the hill country in Texas. And then historically, it would have been a juniper oak savanna, so the hills would have been a lot more of a grassland type habitat, and you would have only seen thick groves of cedar or juniper down in the deep canyons that when fire came through it couldn't get to, which is pretty opposite of what it is today. So when you look at the Edwards Plateau or the hill country, basically you have your Balconians Canyonland, which this is what most people associate with the hill country, the Edwards Plateau. That's just west of Austin, San Antonio, on over to Uvalde. Then you have your kind of more of your rolling Edwards Plateau woodland in the upper regions, and then you have more of a semi-arid / transition zone to the desert out west. And then you have this kind of unique thing here, the 30 feet B, which is the Llano uplift. Some people actually consider this a different ecological region because it's actually not limestone in this part of the state. It's actually granite. It's the oldest rock in the state. You can't find any older rock in the state. And this would be a Chanet rock if any of y'all ever heard of a Chanet rock. So here's a picture of what the Balconians Canyonlands looks like nowadays. Pretty stereotypical hill country picture. Because of the karst geography and the limestone's porous, it creates a lot of caves and tunnels and sinkholes like this picture here. This would be this is a Kippapoo Cavern State Park. A Chanet rock, we have these granite in the Llano uplift, we have these granite domes. And then, we have all these spring-fed streams and mountains, or spring-fed streams and rivers. So like I said, we have a lot of unique animals in this part of the state. I threw a pinyon pine in here just because when you get out west, you do start seeing some of the western species that you see more in the Chihuahua Desert. But we have the golden cheek warbler, which is was a protected species. I think they delisted it or downlisted it because the populations are recovering, but it it nests in the cedar juniper groves found in the central part of the state. We have fishhook cactus, a species of fishhook cactus, which is only found in the hill country. Guadalupe bass, which is our state bass, which is endemic only to Texas. And then don't ask me about the names of these guys, but the karst geography in the spring and the cave system created a plethora of beetles and spiders and little dartfish and pupfish that are found nowhere outside of the Edwards Plateau region. And then one of the coolest things, we have several species of blind salamanders that live down in these cave systems that never seen sunlight, so their eyes have completely disappeared or become pretty much absent. They're see-through basically because there's no need for pigment because they're living in complete darkness and they breathe through these external gills. And then this is Texas rice, which is found nowhere else outside of the San Marcos River, I believe. It's either San Marcos River or the Comal. And I'm moving a little bit quicker, guys, because I'm running out of time. I always do on this presentation. So next week, second to last ecoregion is the Southern Texas Plain or brush country. This is kind of the ranchlands down in South Texas. That's where we see a lot of our subtropical species start coming in. Still humid, a lot of ranching, oil and gas. Historically, it probably would have been more of a grassland and savanna vegetation. Now it's thorn scrub or brush country is what we call it. A lot of high and distinct diversity. I mean, there used to be enough grassland down in the South Texas Plain that in the early 1900s, there was still pronghorn antelope out there. So it's definitely been altered a lot, but it was always been brush country. So when you look at the South Texas Plains or brush country, they actually, most people would include this all the way over to Corpus and down in Brownsville. The map I'm using today actually includes this as part of the Gulf Coastal Plains, but it's very similar. But either way, just have your brush country. Up here, you have a little bit deeper soils around the Nueces River, which is the Winter Garden region west of San Antonio, if anybody ever heard of that. And then you have your Rio Grande floodplain. So typical thorn scrub that you see down in South Texas, kind of, I kind of do have some geography down here, but lots of cactuses, a lot of acacia type plants. You're not going to walk through this very easily, but a lot of very cool animals. We have Texas indigo snake, which eats rattlesnakes, as you can see. Very neat animal. Groove-billed Annie, which is found nowhere else in the lower 48. All these species on this page, except for the plants, are found nowhere else in the United States outside of South Texas. So you have your groove-billed Annie, you have your Texas gopher tortoise, and you have your green jay, which is a pretty cool looking bird. Very common down there, but birders just go crazy over it. So our last ecoregion is the Gulf Coastal Plain. This is that narrow strip of tall grass prairie or flat prairie that you see that wraps around the Gulf Coast of Texas. Very deep soils, very humid, very tropical in nature. It's our youngest ecoregion as far as the geological age. A lot of farmland, so a lot of the prairie land was lost to farmland. And then also you have your huge urbanization with Houston and all the petrochemical plants around Corpus and Victoria. Freshwater inflows are big in this ecoregion because our bay systems require on a amount of water, enough fresh water flowing into the bays for our important seafood like blue crabs, flounder, redfish, shrimp. They need enough. The bay's got to be fresh enough for their young to survive, to grow successfully. So we have to have enough fresh water flowing into the bays, which can be a big issue because when we get into a drought, we shut off the water releasing from the reservoirs inland, so we can make sure we still have water to drink. The Laguna Madre is found between Corpus and Padre. It's what we call a hypersaline ecosystem. It's basically more saltier than the ocean because there's the ocean currents actually don't go into it, and there's no major cuts or channels leaving from the Laguna Madre out to the ocean. I believe it's the largest hypersaline ecosystem in the world, an incredible diversity of plants and animals and fish. So this map, the Gulf Coast has a lot going on for it, and for the sake of time, and y'all probably getting tired of me talking, we'll run through this real quick. But when you go inland, you basically have, when you go inland between Houston and Beaumont, or no, let's take that back. When you go inland from Beaumont on down through Houston to Victoria, you have what you call the northern humid Gulf Coastal Plains. Basically, this area was tall grass prairie, just like within the Blackland Prairie. Not much difference, a little bit difference. But then when you get down to Victoria and Corpus, it gets a little bit more drier, and you start, still was a grassland, but you start seeing a lot of thorn scrub and brushland like you see down in the South Texas Plains. Then when you get around the Keene Ranch, we actually call this the sand sheet region of Texas. Basically, the sand dunes have blown inland from Padre Island, and some of them it basically have stabilized sand dunes in this part of the state. And then you have the lower Rio Grande Valley and its floodplains that support a lot of tropical plants and animals like parrots and palms and stuff like that. So then we'll do the same thing, but inland along the coast. The other thing to point out, 34C, which is the Columbia bottomlands or the hardwood forest you see it in the state. These are very important because this is the only part, this 34C right here is the only part along the Gulf Coast where woodlands directly touch the Gulf of Mexico. And this is important for a lot of migratory birds that fly down south along the eastern seaboard, and then they fly directly across the Gulf of Mexico as they head down into Central America. And they need these woodlands to rest and recover before they continue further south. So you have a lot of migratory, neotropical migratory birds roosting right in this part of the state. And so then anyways, we go down along the coast between Houston and Beaumont. We have what we call the, dog's slipping my mind. They call it the Texas-Louisiana Coastal Marsh here, but we got another name we call it in Texas I can't think of. But basically, there's no barrier island system like you see around Galveston and further south. So the water just kind of gradually flows across the plain. It just goes from fresh to brackish to salt, and then just kind of flows directly into the ocean. They say in the right part of this part of the state, you can catch a largemouth bass in one cast and then a redfish on the next, because the just transitions right into the Gulf of Mexico. Then when you get from Galveston to Corpus, we have our mid-coast barrier islands and beaches. So basically the way this system works here is you have your bay system, which the bays kind of, the rivers flow into. And then from your bay system, you usually have a cut or pass that goes directly into the Gulf of Mexico. And then right along the Gulf of Mexico, your barrier islands. So in Texas, we have five islands in Texas are Galveston Island, Matagorda Island. It's actually down here. Matagorda Peninsula is actually not an island, even though everybody thinks it is. Matagorda Island's down here closer to Rockport. San Jose Island, then Mustang Island, and then Padre Island. And then when we get down into between Corpus and Brownsville, this is all the Laguna Madre. So here's just a picture of some of the huge amount of plant life and just different habitats we see. So inland in the bay, we have what this is called Spartina grass. So Spartina grass is huge for growing fish and crustaceans. And they actually say that it's almost as diverse as a coral reef, like it's the right behind a coral reef as far as diversity and importance in marine type habitats. This is a eelgrass, I believe. This is found in the Laguna Madre, which is huge for redfish and trout and finfish for them to forage in, and also a lot of migratory birds, mostly redhead ducks. They say 95% of them winter on the Laguna Madre, and it's specifically for this reason to consume the eelgrass. This is a picture of Matagorda Peninsula, barrier island with the beach and the sand dunes. Inland, you get tall grass prairie, mostly of little blue stem. When you get inland off the coast, this would be kind of a salty prairie is what we call it. It's not a true tall grass prairie. It has grasses suited to live in saltier environments, but it only has salt water, only impounds it when there's a hurricane and we have storm surge. And here's a picture of our Columbia bottomlands, or some of our bottomland hardwood forests along the river bottom, known for part of the state's known for its big, large live oaks covered in moss. Huge diversity of wildflowers, milkweed, indigo, plantains, wild dill. Huge diversity of animals, everything from our neotropical migratory birds like this orchard oriole, redhead ducks and pintails wintering on the salt marsh in the wintertime, shorebirds and like this black skimmer, pretty cool how they skim along the water to get fish. Sea turtles are a big deal down here. We have all 5 species of sea turtles in Texas, but we have a lot of green turtles are most common, but this is a Kemp Riley turtle, I believe, which is the one that nests down on Padre. We have our own species of prairie chicken, Atwater prairie chicken. This species is barely surviving at the Atwater Prairie Chicken National Wildlife Refuge. Basically, it's only surviving because zoos are basically raising out young and putting them back out there. And then I never knew this till I lived on the coast for 4 years after college, that Texas is actually home to land crabs that don't live in water. And this is a picture of one of them we caught in a cooler. They can be 3, 4, 5 miles inland from the bay or the ocean, and the only time they need water is when they reproduce. And then you can't talk about the coast without our huge diversity of fish. A lot of them are very important economically for both sports fishing and for consumption. We have our southern Gulf flounder. This is a type of blenny, I believe. A lot of sheep's head, whiting, black drum, bigger black drum, and then probably the most popular fish, the redfish or red drum. That would be a bull red there, about 48 inches. And then toadfish, which are not economically important from a consumption or sports standpoint, but just I think a very odd looking fish. Okay, so to wrap all this up, I wanted to, and this is just my personal opinion, what do I think are the most, I guess, diverse regions of the state or most ecologically important regions of the state? And I hate to put one region above the rest, but I think Southeast Texas with the big thicket and the longleaf woods, we see a lot of very unique animals and plants here. The coastal plains got to be up there, just with everything from the marine life to the prairie chicken to the neotropical birds. I mean, you go anywhere in this part of the state, you're liable to see one of about 250 different bird species at any time. Obviously, the lower Rio Grande Valley and the South Texas plains with all our species that are endemic to Mexico and only found in the lower 48 down in the southern tip of Texas. The Edwards Plateau or the hill country, or more specifically the Balconians Canyon lands, with its karst geography and all its unique springs and river systems that create Texas endemics like the beetles, the blind salamanders, the Texas rice, the Guadalupe bass. And then lastly, the Sky Islands and the Chihuahua Desert out west and all. And again, a lot of the species we see in Texas, nowhere we see in Mexico or out further west, and you only find them out here in far west Texas. And for my last slide, the green triangles, the green X's represent what I think are the most intact ecoregions still. And I think that's the post oak savanna, the cross timbers, and the southwest tablelands or the Catarocas Canyons area. The red X's I think are the most altered ecoregions. The Gulf coastal plains, the Texas Blackland Prairie, the central Great Plains or the interior low plains or the rolling plains, and the high plains of the Llano Estacado. Now I ask y'all, do you see any similarities between this? All the red X's are plain ecoregions. All the green ones are more woodlands with shallower soils. So basically, the areas that had a lot of farming dominated because of better soils attracted larger cities, which now have a lot of urbanization. Those are our more altered ecoregions compared to our ecoregions that were utilized more as woodlands or for rangeland type stuff are not as altered as much. So with that, that's all I got. I hope y'all enjoyed it today. And if you have any questions, I hope you can ask me. My email is matthew.march@ag.tamu.edu. You can also just Google Polk County Extension Office and our contact information will come up. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed our road trip across Texas, and you should get out and see some of the things we talked about today. Thank you.
It's recorded.
Yes.
No, okay.
You can clap anyway.
They skim along the water to get.
Here we go. Email.
That being said, I hope you enjoyed our.
We gotta get to his email again.
Can you get us on the owl?
Because of better soils, attracted larger cities, which now have a lot of urbanization. Pipelines with a lot of. That being said, I hope you enjoyed our road trip across Texas, and you should get just got to our eco type stuff. Didn't my email is matthew.march@ag.tamu.edu. You can also just Google Polk County Extension Office, and our contact information will come up. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed our road trip across Texas, and you should get out and see some of the things we talked about today.
Is that
Thank you.
like a word or?
I'll give it to you. I can look you up.
It's the real dump.
Okay.
We had an interesting question in the chat. What's the question?
Yes, more a geology question. There's that bright split along I-35 between the two ecoregions. You know, it's blackland prairie on this side, and I don't know, something else. And I have a feeling that's a geology thing.
I went to school in Louisiana.
Hey, that's no excuse.
That's no excuse. You live
So the answer is, I'm going to ask our resident geologist.
I was thinking maybe the volcano.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about guys that storm.
It's a raise in elevation that mostly changes it, and it goes from hill to Matthew.
Volcanoes you start. Yeah, that's the name of it.
It kind of tracks it.
I really saw it.
Yeah. TAMU.
I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah.
You have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Stand in front of the okay. Do we have any questions from last week's class that we need to address?
This makes it official to record your hours in case you.
Yeah, actually, which is the category that we record travel time and other volunteer stuff for the initial training, which is this.
You don't record travel time for training?
No, I mean like that's what.
For intern, this is under intern training. Is what the code is. And like Scott said, this doesn't get travel time. Travel time is just for volunteer.
Okay.
And it just goes in whatever volunteer activity.
It just gets lumped in.
Yeah, for all your training, it'll just go under that one line item. And always record, if we go 2 hours and Lisa has 4 hours on that schedule, record 4 hours. Yeah. If you go 4.5 hours, record 4.5, but never record less.
It's always in our favor.
And when you do, volunteer work, you can record the travel time to and from up to the amount that you volunteer. So if you only volunteer 1 hour and it takes you an hour and a half to go up and back, you can only add another hour.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, y'all can see what I'm reading up here. Everybody, I really like the one that said this really brings to life what you see in the book. You know, it's the fact that you would show the space and then show the animal and plant life that really brought it to life.
And when I did intern training 5 years ago, we didn't have this presentation. This is the first one I've ever seen this extensive. So to pass this, what plants and animals are in ecoregion 34C? Does anybody know the answer to it? I don't know. Just a joke. You can see there's like, if you really get into that, obviously, if you're a biologist and they clumped all this together, but still one of the things I find fascinating about this location, Montgomery and Walker counties, we intersect 3 ecoregions. You don't have to go very far to be considered to be in the piney woods and the long pine place that you talked about. All of a sudden you get over here and you're in a different space. So it's sort of fun.
Where's the actual boundary for the Piney Woods region to the Gulf
I'd have
Coast.
to look at it on a map.
No.
And actually, they've detailed that out, like in your book, look real closely and you ought to be able to figure that out.
It's interesting because I was on a hike with Peter Jensen, who is one of our Harvard members, but he also volunteers for the Plenty Woods for Land Conservancy. And he was talking about how we are, the Spring Creek Nature Trail is actually an ecotone where the two meet.
That's what I was thinking. It had to be Spring Creek.
Yeah, it's Spring Creek. So it's very fascinating. So we do have a question about when you view your logbook, after you've already entered your hours, it doesn't actually total that until they've been approved.
Right.
Okay.
I did see like it says approved hours.
Right.
Melissa has to go in there and review it and approve it. And if you ever have something where you think there's a discrepancy, just send her an email or solicit your mentor, Bobby Langlanet, who will advocate on your behalf.
Well, he'll say, call Melissa.
He'll send you Melissa's email address, just in case you don't remember what it is. That's right.
So one last thing for you and everybody at home. The next class is the 30th, right? April 30th. And so it's going to be in Huntsville. It's going to be at the Walker Education Center. Lisa's going to send an email note out. You can MapQuest it. It's a beautiful facility that's on the same little campus as the Sam Houston Museum complex, which is a fascinating place in its own right. This is a standalone building on 19th Street. She's going to give you an address. Your instructors are going to be there in person. So instead of having Zoom and all that stuff, I realize some people may have to Zoom it in, but you're going to be in a nice facility. It's an auditorium. We're supposed to have audiovisual help. Carolyn and Bobby will not be there, so Zoom and the owl could fail miserably. So it does.
It could. I will make road.
But hopefully things will go okay. If you can drive there, it's 45-minute drive from here. So it's a beautiful place. You'll be interested to see it. And it's in the Heartwood territory. Walker County and Montgomery County are all one entity. So, yes.
One thing. For everyone online who zoomed in, can you please, if you haven't put anything in the chat, can you please try to at least just say hello in the chat so I'll know who knows how to use the chat and who might need help. The second thing is if you can, please go into Zoom and put your picture of your face so that we can see the faces instead of just seeing names. That would be beneficial.
There's John. I have a question. When we do a makeup class, when we watch the class after the fact, when we're recording our hours, what date do we put? The day the class happened, the day we watched it?
You can put the day you watched it.
Okay, what if you watch it over multiple days? Because I doubt my children would give me 4 hours of quiet time.
And you can put the very last day that you watch it, because what you'll end up doing is looking back at your syllabus.
Okay.
To look at the hours. So the very last day that you watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this whole system is an honor system thing for starters. So it's up to you to follow through with it. And second, it's supposed to be fun. All right, so there's no test. There's no what rock is this?
Right?
Can I take it home? You didn't steal Jerry.
No, I saw Jerry, but he's 20. These are probably like 5. Get up, Bobby.
Yeah, so, but anyway, I mean, all of this stuff, we try to present it in the context of connect the dots, piece the story together, and have fun. I mean, quite frankly, my part that I like about this most, you've already seen our Lake Livingston prison and stuff, right? Lisa already thinks y'all are all inmates. I like snakes. I like snakes a lot. And my grandkids like snakes, and we look for snakes, and we don't kill any snake. And so that's part of what this program brought richness to what I did. So you'll find whatever tweaks your interest.
Yeah. Okay, real quick for the people in the room. When you leave, before you turn left and go to your car, go right and go about 200 yards, and you'll see our pollinator garden. I know I should have said that when it was cooler, but at least you'll see that it's there, and there's a lot of good volunteer hours helping them out.
Yeah. Oh, I do have a question. And right past that is the tree nursery.
They were mentioned. Do you guys have a garden? Was that this one?
We do.
We have a city garden or something.
There's one in Huntsville State Park too. That they started.
They're doing right. They're starting a garden at Huntsville State Park, and they're looking for volunteers for that. We have the garden that's going to go in right around the sign up front. We've got it mulched down. I see a bunch of little weeds popping up, but we're about to buy plants for that. And the pollinator garden here always needs maintenance, and the tree nursery, all the trees that they propagate, and that building right across there, that little tiny building is actually a huge cooler. When they get tree saplings, they put them in the cooler, and when we gave away trees recently, we just pulled them out of the cooler.
I actually had a Huntsville guy ask me whatever happened to needing help on the butterfly enclosure, because he was waiting. Barker, John Barker.
Yes. Chuck Dingman, who is our head carpenter, goes to Alaska for 6 weeks every summer, and it's getting really close to when he's leaving.
Oh, so it's on hold.
So it's on hold.
Okay.
It's coming.
Well, actually, for the volunteer stuff, is the litter pickup here and the pollinator garden / weeding, do those intersect? Can you volunteer on both of those on
the same day?
On the same day in Tuesday? Mm-hmm. So that would be from 9 a.m. to 1?
Or whenever they need. Because what they do, what they usually do is they'll start in the garden.
Yeah.
And as it gets warmer, they'll actually start earlier. So instead of starting at 9, they'll start at 8, and then they'll end like at 11.
Yeah, maybe just for a further clarification, like for Huntsville State Park, they are interested in trail maintenance, litter pickup. Anytime, if you went up there and saw Ranger John and says, I'm gonna go hike this trail for 2 hours and look and pick up litter, that counts. It doesn't have to be an organized by Carolyn event. It doesn't have to be 9 to 11.
So that also counts for here.
Yeah. But I mean, you can't hike the trail and not pick the trash up, but you got to make an effort to do. Like I told you, it's all honor system, but don't think it has to be an organized in the bulletin event.
Right.
You can find ways to make your volunteer hours happen.
Now, if you wanted to work in the gardens and needed to kind of know what do I do, if you email Heartwood VSP for volunteer service projects at gmail.com. Brenda will add your phone number to a list, and people usually right before Tuesday, like Monday night, I start hearing my phone ding and I know they're talking about who's going. They're talking about who's going to be there. They're talking about how much time they're going to spend. And so they kind of keep each other informed. You know, are we going to hike the other side, the south side of 1488 and pick up trash? Are we going to start in the flower beds? So that's the way to kind of get your feet wet and kind of know what you're doing. With VSP at gmail.com. And ask Brenda to add you to the Jones Forest
just the
text.
Brenda looks after that.
Yeah. Okay. So Brenda's our VSP person.
Okay.
So anyway, it's 12:02 and we got people packing up. So how about we adjourn?
Thank you so much, everyone who came online. We have 34.
Thank you. I think you forgot to sign in. I was pretty sure that was too.
Bye, Deb.
See you next time. Come to Huntsville. You need to come be our IT guy.
That was super awesome.